Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy and Law Encounter Shanks? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The sun began to set over Winter Island, casting a fiery glow across the horizon as the waters around it churned with anticipation. On both the ocean front and its sandy shores, the Heart Pirates were relentlessly surrounded and clashed with the menacing crew of the infamous Yonko, none other than Marshal Detich. Their captain, Trafalgar Law, wielder of the Op no Mi power, stood at the forefront of the battleground, facing off with Blackbeard himself and his executives, Doc Q, Van Augur and Jesus Burgess. Arum. Law's awakened abilities caught Blackbeard by surprise. With a swift motion, the surgeon directed the conjured room to engulf his targeted opponents while manipulating its environment to launch a devastating barrage of spatial slash, bypassing any hockey-cladded body. Shock will. Blackbeard struggled to counter, his Gura no Mi power paling in comparison to Law's precision and control. Arg! The colossal shockwaves slashed through the ruthless pirate, wrenching a cry of agony from his lips. The sheer force tore at his being, leaving him trembling in torment, his anguished wail piercing the air. But just as the Heart Pirate captain seemed to gain an upper hand, the Emperor unleashed another one of his true original power, the Yami no Mi. Huff, the battle's just only begun, for I'm Blackbeard. His malevolent grin, drenched in blood, exuded an eerie combination of certainty and wickedness as he conjured forth one of the deadliest onslaughts known to man. Vortex. The collision of Law's spatial manipulation and Blackbeard's power sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The ground quaked, and tendrils of darkness snaked through the air, nullifying the Heart Captain's attacks. Suddenly realizing his dire situation, Trafalgar made a split-second decision. He channeled his remaining strength into creating an immense room and focused on only one thought: escape now or never. The room expanded, encompassing the entire area as Law attempted to teleport himself away from the rapidly engulfing black hole of darkness. Don't ever think of escaping, Trafalgar. No one's ever got away from my power. Zeha. However, what happened next was beyond one's expectations. The clash of two time and space manipulating devil fruit powers created a cataclysmic surge of power. The room trembled, the very fabric of reality warping and distorting. Each power fought for dominance, pushing against each other with an unimaginable force. What the hell is happening? Caught in the midst of this chaotic clash, Law was consumed by the swirling maelstrom of power. The world around him blurred and twisted, and he was transported, not to safety, but to another unrecognizable realm. Where is he? How did he slip off my black hole? That's impossible. The frustrating roar of Blackbeard's loudly echoed within his earshots. Then it slowly faded away. Overwhelmed by the clash of devil fruit powers, the young captain gradually slipped into unconsciousness, lost within the depths of the shifting dimensions. Darkness enveloped his senses as he succumbed to the forces at play. Unbeknownst to him, this unforeseen turn of events would set the stage for a fateful destiny, one that would challenge not only his strength, but also his very own existence. Law's consciousness slowly returned, like emerging from a foggy dream. As his eyes fluttered open, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by mysterious scenes and terrains. It looked like somewhere deep in the forest with strange, enigmatic energy flowing around the areas. A sense of disorientation invaded his sense, and he struggled to piece together what had transpired. Where am I? His heart pounded with worry as thoughts of his crew being left behind to face the Blackbeard pirates plagued his mind. He clenched his fists, feeling the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. His surroundings remained a bewildering mystery as he jolted upright, searching for a trace of familiarity. Amidst the uncertainty, his eyes landed on Kikoku resting by his side. In that fleeting moment, a surge of relief washed over him, granting a fragile sense of security. How did I get teleported so far beyond the room to another place like this? It surely didn't look like anywhere on the Winter Island. Confusion swept over him the more he pondered over it, but his instincts suddenly kicked in, drawing his attention to the distant sound of clashing swords and the chaotic symphony of battle. He knew that it wasn't the same one he just engaged in. Curiosity and caution mingled within Law as he cautiously ventured forth, navigating through twisted trees and ethereal mist while trying to conceal his haki at best. The source of the commotion grew louder with each step, guiding him closer to the heart of the conflict. His heart quickened, a mixture of anticipation and wariness coursing through his veins. I need to know where exactly I am and get back there as soon as possible. Emerging from a dense thicket, Law's eyes widened at the sight before him. Some of the combatants' faces in action were recognizable from the bounty posters. It was the renowned Red Hair Pirates, led by the legendary Red Hair Shanks, locked in a furious confrontation with another massive pirate crew. From the look of it, a few of them incorporated devil fruit powers into their fights. The clash of swords reverberated through the air, accompanied by the thunderous roar of haki-infused attacks. Law watched in awe, despite his weird circumstances, as the Red Hair Pirates showcased their mastery of each of their unique weapons, their movements fluid and deadly. Shanks, his crimson hair ablaze in the sunlight, emanated an aura of unparalleled strength and charisma. His crew fought with unwavering loyalty, their attacks slicing through their adversaries with precision and power. In the world swamped with all kinds of devil fruits, this was a rare sight of high-level conventional combat skills at its best. Momentarily later, nonetheless, the tides of battle took a sinister turn. One of the members of the opposing crew, a venomous devil fruit user, struck Lucky Roo, one of the Red Hair crew's executives, with a sneaky deadly blow when he was engaging in a fight with another seasoned swordsman. The venom coursed through the rotund guy's body, staining his skin a sickly purple. Roo cried out in agonizing pain before falling down. The fate of the Red Hair Pirate's comrade hung in the balance, threatening to disrupt the equilibrium of the battle. Witnessing this sudden attack on his friend, the redhead captain's eyes blazed with fury. Subconsciously, his immense haki surged forth, an overwhelming wave of conquerors' haki sweeping through the battlefield. The sheer power emanating from the one-armed captain knocked out almost all of the enemy combatants, leaving them sprawled on the ground, most being unconscious and defeated. "You did it again, Chief, that's amazing." "Never mind. Finish the rest of them, now," ordered the redhead. "Hang on, Roo. We're coming." In the chaotic instant, time seemed to slow down as Law bore witness to the venomous strikes spreading through the darkening figure lying still in just a short distance away from him. As the battles died down in the background, each and every one of Red Hair Pirate crew dropped their weapons and came rushing towards their fallen comrade, unaware of the grave infections his body was brewing inside. That the act solely spurred from the deep camaraderies, just like what his own crew would have done. Law's mind raced, torn between his desire to intervene and his instinct to remain hidden. The sight of Lucky's suffering and the potential dooms all his friends were about to encounter tugged at his conscience. With a clenched jaw, he stepped forward, quickly emerging from the shadows. "Stop right there." He raised his hand to bar any movements. "Not another step towards the guy. The virus spores in his body is highly contagious through respiratory system. Stay back." And yet, before he could even finish his sentence, a sharp click shattered through the chaos, piercing his ears like a siren. His heart skipped a beat as Ben Beckman instantly emerged right next to him, gun in hand, directed at his brain. The air grew heavy with a sudden tension. "Who are you?" Knowing he could no longer remain concealed, Law heavily sighed. His hands raised in a gesture of non-aggression. "I am," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "a doctor with surgical expertise. You can call me Law. I couldn't just stand by while seeing someone suffers." If they didn't recognize him, then better not risk letting them know that he was a pirate captain with 3 billion belly bounty on his head. It would be too handful to face another emperor's wraths on his own, in case things turned awry. Red-hair Shanks studied Law intently, from his spotted hat, the tattoos all over his body, to the long nodachi he carried, the weight of his gaze unyielding. But then he glanced down at his unconscious friend, before asking with a serious voice. "Is it true, what you just said, doctor? He got infected and none of us can even get close to treat him? Tell us how serious this disease actually is." "It's fatal. The purple spider web-like appearance on his skins tells it all. This venom that has infected your friend is a potent that rapidly spreads toxin through the lung and then all respiratory channels. If left untreated, it will cause severe organ failures and ultimately lead to his death within half a day." As Law spoke, his gaze shifted to Rue, whose complexion continued to darken, the venomous infection progressing. The symptoms include rapid discoloration of the skin, indicating systemic poisoning. His breathing will become labored, and his heart rate will increase, struggling to pump against the effects of the venom. Without immediate intervention, his vital organs will start shutting down, and there will be no chance of recovery after that point. The surgeon practically pointed out. A heavy silence fell upon the area as Law's diagnosis sank in. The single-armed captain exchanged a meaningful glance with his crewmates, worries all evident on their faces. The urgency of the situation outweighed their shared skepticism. It went without spoken then that not a single part of this young brunette screamed an ordinary doctor's vibes, yet they all recognized the medical expertise and knowledge he possessed. "And you're able to treat him in these conditions then?" "Yes." Shanks took a deep breath, his voice tinged with a mix of apprehension and hope. "Then save Rue please, Dr. Law," he said, his tone firm but still filled with a glimmer of trust. "I won't question how you'll do it without being infected yourself. Just use whatever means necessary." He finished before making a gesture to everyone to scatter around, in order to make room for the dark-haired doctor. "And we'll be watching closely." Tensions hung thick in the atmosphere as Law embarked on one of the most critical operations he had to perform, surrounded by the watchful eyes of the red-hair pirates. The fate of one of their important crewmates rested in his hands, and time was a merciless adversary. He glanced at the makeshift operating area, devoid of any sterilized tools he was accustomed to in his own surgical room aboard the Polar Tang. Thinking on his feet, he started devising an alternative plan to compensate for the lack of proper equipments. "First and foremost, I need to protect myself from infections," Law whispered to himself, a steely resolve taking hold. It meant he had to incorporate his awakened, devil fruit techniques to make up for all needed assistances. It came at a cost of his immense stamina, though. With a focused expression, he uttered the command, "Our room," and directed it to envelop the round guy's body. Then he used tact to raise that body and suspended it in the air. This way, the virus spores would be safely sealed within the room encircling the infected body. Despite a slight wave of dizziness suddenly washing over him, Law pressed on. Next, he invoked another awakened power, utilizing K-Room. This time, the small energy swirled around his hand as he slowly clatted it to envelop Kikoku. Antibacteria curtain. In a mesmerizing display, an almost crystallized thin film materialized, wrapping up the entire length of the blade within the created K-Room. The red-hair pirates marveled at the surreal preparation feats before their very eyes, murmurs of astonishment mingling around on the sidelines. "Wow, I've never seen something like this before," blurted out Yasopp incredibly. As all commotion subsided, Trafalgar then concentrated. "Kikoku, let's cut someone up to save life for a change, huh? I need your best behavior today, wouldn't you agree?" The doctor smirked to himself, while elevating his reliant long sword. He hardly used it outside of any battles in the past. With a steady hand and concentration, Law began to dissect Rue's upper body into carefully segmented parts, meticulously examining each section for traces of venom. Holy crap! How could he? Eek, that's creepy. The onlookers instantly gasped in shocks at the horrendous displays before their eyes and audacity of Law's actions. The sound of slicing flesh echoed in the air, intermingling with the intense silence that had fallen upon the premise. The bizarre cut-off body parts of their comrades were now floating midair, Add some splattered bloods around and it would have made a perfect psychopath's crime scene. Groaned one guy amidst the crowd, earning some quietly buzzing agreements. Shush, don't disturb the doctor, you guys. Extracting venom trace number 1. Law's voice broke off, his tone laced with unwavering focus as he was entering his surgeon mode. Venom trace number 2. He automatically continued, his voice gaining confidence with each feathery extraction he threaded. I can do it. It's similar, but easier than extracting amber leads from within my own body back then. The process was grueling, mentally and physically demanding. Trafalgar fought against the creeping fatigue, his every movement fueled by his determination to succeed. For 2 agonizing hours, the young captain painstakingly expelled every trace of venom from Lucky's infected body. The crew of the Red Hare gazed upon the scene, a mix of admiration, respect, and worry etched across their faces. They witnessed the immense toll the procedure took on the surgeon, silently acknowledging the weight he carried. It's done. With a momentous exhale, the brunette finally completed the intricate extraction process. He deactivated the K-room coverage on Kikoku and slowly returned it to its sheath. Carefully, he reassembled the dissected body parts, meticulously aligning each piece. And soon after, the ephemeral presence of the R-room also dissipated into oblivion, leaving Lucky Roo peacefully slumbering on the ground like an innocent child. His skin color was back to normal, with only fainted traces of purple hue seen in some areas. His condition is successfully stabilized, ensuring his survival for the time being. The dark-haired doctor concluded. Now move him to the clean environments. With extra nutritions and water that his body may need, he should be able to recover within 3 to 5 days. I'll have to make constant checkups on him during that PRD though. Bravo, doctor. We really owe you one. The Red Hare crew members bursted into lively cheers and reliefs upon hearing the good news. Their voices filled the air with elation, and their faces radiated pure reliefs, all the previous tensions instantly taken over by celebrating atmosphere. Law's fatigue weighed heavily upon him, but amidst the weariness, a strange sense of satisfaction also blossomed in his heart. The corner of his lips slightly curved upward. Saving lives as a doctor, rather than taking them as a pirate, ignited a long-forgotten spark within his consciousness. This isn't bad at all. It reminded him of the noble purpose he had once held dear long time ago. Several Red Hare crew members gathered around Law, their eyes gleaming with admiration and sincerity. Among them stood Ben Beckman, his calm demeanor radiating natural authority of the second-in-command. He spoke with a pleased grin. Apologies for my earlier rough behavior, Dr. Law. We genuinely appreciate your efforts in saving not only Rue, but probably all of us as well. One of the crew members chimed in enthusiastically, unable to contain his excitement. Yeah, doctor. Your surgical showcase was a sight to behold, I must say. Another crew member interjected with curiosity. I wonder what other feats you can perform with that incredible power. It must be so exhilarating. A wave of agreement buzzed around the group. Absolutely. With a doctor of your caliber by our side, any battlefield would become a playground. The very last sentence remained suspended, momentarily halting Law's high spirit. A pang of guilt pierced through his heart as memories of what had happened resurfaced. No, the last battlefield I stood on wasn't a playground at all. In the face of enemies like Blackbeard pirates, I alone couldn't do anything to save a single one of my crew. Red Hare Shanks's sense of intrigue was abruptly triggered by a faint dim in the younger man's stoic expression. As mutterings circulated among the crew, consensus grew that the dark-haired doctor possessed an extraordinary blend of medical skills and devil fruit power. The man had the potential to become an invaluable asset to any pirate crew, should he choose that path. Yet, beneath his lean figure's exterior, the redhead now perceived a weighted burden, concealed like a hushed secret lingering around his demeanor. It seems we have much to learn about you, Doctor, mused the captain, his gaze steady with purpose as he approached the brunette. The Red Hare pirates are all indebted to you, Doctor. We would be honored if you accept our gratitude by joining us at our hideouts located on the outskirts of this island's central town. You are in dire need of a good meal and rest after all. A mischievous grin then crept upon the older man's face as he continued, his voice laced with anticipation. Furthermore, with our vast resources, we may just be able to provide you with any information you may seek. Wouldn't that be quite helpful, Doctor? The following morning casted a tranquil spell over the small outskirt town as Hongo, a senior executive of the Red Hair crew, strolled leisurely along its streets. The countryside ambience enveloped him, with its humble houses, bustling farmers' markets, and quaint groceries lining the path. Despite the worn-out appearance and the scarcity of people, he liked the simplicity and serenity of the surroundings of this area, unlike the lavish capital city located deep in the heart of the island. Guided by familiarity, Hongo made his way to his chief's favorite haven, a sprawling tavern known as the Social Club. Its weathered exterior belied the warm and inviting atmosphere that awaited within. Inside, only a handful of patrons gathered, engaged in quiet conversations and small gatherings. The camaraderie in the air was palpable, breathing life into the aged walls. "Over here, Hongo," called out a familiar voice from a corner. He then joined his group, finding a table adorned with breakfast dishes and alcoholic bottles. "How is Rue doing?" asked Shanks, concern in his voice. Hongo's grin conveyed some reassurance. "He's looking all right. Law came by to check on him this morning. He said Rue should be waking up soon. The doctor even jokingly told us to prepare extra plenty of food. Apparently, he will have an even bigger appetite than usual when he wakes up. Doc said he had witnessed inhuman gluttonous behavior before, so he kinda recognized it when he saw the potential one," added the man with a snicker. Approving laughters erupted among the group. "Huh, that's on point." Hongo leaned against a wooden crate. "Speaking of which, I didn't expect Doc to rise so early in the morning. Considering how he almost passed out cold as soon as we arrived at our hideouts yesterday," before he added. His unusual fatigue looked concerning though. Must be related to his unique devil fruit abilities. Lime Juice, sharpening his blade nearby, responded with a hint of curiosity. "Yeah, we have been talking about him for a while, trying to decipher how he suddenly popped up in the middle of that forbidden forest. Not a single town folks ever stepped near it since the basilisk pirates took over the whole area, wouldn't it? Or that's what we were told anyway." Yasopp nodded in agreement. "I asked Farlan if anyone had seen the dark-haired traveler with his descriptions, and the guy had no idea at all. Isn't it strange since the only route to enter that forest is passing through this town?" Ben, calmly examining his pistol, interjected thoughtfully. "No matter how I look at it, he looked more like a pirate than a doctor to me, don't you think?" "Yeah, with all those tattoos, plus what kind of doctor walks around carrying a nodachi like that?" nodded Bonk Punch good-humoredly. A knowing smile tugged at Ben's lips as he added, "One thing I'm sure though. Pirate or not, he is a high-level hockey fighter too. He wasn't at all affected by the Chief's Conqueror outburst that knocked out nearly all the basilisks back then. Only a handful of people would withstand it like that. None of our newbies would stand a chance if they were there with us." Silence fell around the table. Sitting atop a barrel, Shanks observed the conversation with a glint of amusement in his eyes. "That's true. There are so many mysterious things around him that we're going to find out. I must admit though, he would be a splendid addition to our crew. Care to share your thoughts?" "Go for it, Chief. Think we had a greater chance this time than with Marco. You've been trying to recruit him for years, all for nothing, wah." Yasopp then raised his mug in a toast, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Right. With our exceptional resident doctor, the mighty Red Hair force would become unstoppable." Lime Juice butted in with a teasing tone. "Plan for a good courting approach this time, Chief. We're cheering you on, he." The redhead heartily chuckled, fueled by his crew's infectious energy as the tavern erupted in echoing guffaws through the morning fresh air. However, their joyful banter was soon interrupted by the arrival of some town folks, all their faces painted with excitements and reliefs. "We heard you took down the Basilisk crew yesterday. Is that true, Red Hair?" One of them exclaimed, unable to contain his elation. Thank you so much. You don't know how much it means to us around here. Another guy cut in, tears glistening in his eyes. To think we're finally free from their evil grasps. It's really been the tough 2 years. Lime Juice raised his hand to calm the eager newcomers. Easy folks. It wasn't like we were the ones starting the fight. Ever since we set foot on this island, it seemed as though their thirst for conflict grew with each passing day. And yesterday, they crossed the line, provoking us into the fight, so. Yasopp nodded in agreement, his eyes narrowing as he recalled the encounter. Well, they almost got us with that contagious venom shot though. That devil fruit ability was quite tricky. The government put 870 million's bounty on their captain's head for a reason, I guess. A month ago, the Red Hair Pirates had arrived upon the shores of Renacida Island, a newly designated territory under the jurisdiction of the Marines for a mere 9 years. The island had swiftly transformed with the arrival of an appointed leader from outside, spearheading its rapid development. As the crew ventured further into the heart of the island, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The central island housed a grand castle and various sprawling infrastructures that had flourished over the years. It was a testament to the miraculous growth and prosperity of the very young nation. Despite its short existence, the city outlook almost rivaled the capital cities of other established countries, bustling with commerce and life. The town where the Red Hair Pirates resided was called Raduno Town. It was named and existed long before the new lord's governing system, with people migrating to this uncharted island at that time, finally forming a self-sustainable and tranquil community in this area for decades. However, as time passed and the swift emergence of the new capital, many had chosen to leave this small town, seeking employments and opportunities within the expanding city. The once lively town had gradually quieted down, a somber transformation brought about by the whirlwind of changes that had swept through the island, or so it seemed. One thing that's unusual to me, though, raised Bonk Punch as he reflected, is how a ruthless pirate group managed to exist on the island under the Marines' wings for 2 entire years? Farlin, the tavern's owner and bartender, approached them. "Ah, that's all part of Lord Bogart's new administration policy," he began. "I heard about it from my father, who used to be this town's community mayor back in the old days. When the high-ranking Marines appointed Lord Bogart as our new country's leader, they told us that he was once the royal family, someone who knew well how to rule and develop a country. Apparently, he had quite deep connections with the Marines, though why he left his old kingdom remains a mystery. Nevertheless, my father was appointed as his assistant since then." Farlin paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. Initially, Lord Bogart arrived here with an astonishing amount of wealth. That's how he funded all the city constructions, lavishly supplying materials from his personal fortune. Marine squads were even brought in to assist in designing and monitoring the city's new infrastructure. It was a feat us commoners could never hope to accomplish on our own. In return, he encouraged everyone to contribute their labor without imposing any taxes. He spoke on while serving more liquors. Well, truth be told, most of us didn't have much to pay in the first place anyway. So, we gladly joined in the construction efforts, hoping that the new ruling system would bring better lives and securities. But it seems like Lord Bogart's rapid expansions depleted his wealth just as quickly. I imagined he must be under immense stress, especially since several construction projects suddenly came to a halt due to his financial crisis. One of the townfolk sitting nearby further explained. Farlin nodded with a somber expression. "Indeed. That happened about 4 years ago. As the Lord's desperation grew, he began imposing taxes on us and intensifying our labor efforts to continue on those constructions. The city expanded rapidly, but at a great cost. Mountains were destroyed for stones, trees were mercilessly cut down for wood, our agricultural lands gradually diminished. Food and vegetables became scarce, and our lives became increasingly miserable." He paused as if reliving some distasteful memories. And then he reached a point where he could no longer afford the marine security services at his castle grounds. With the lawless pirates swarming in New World recently, the absence of marine presence and flag would make this newly lavish country vulnerable to invasions and looting. That's when he struck a deal with that vile basilisk crew who arrived here 2 years ago. He offered them permanent hideouts on the outskirt of the Forbidden Forest in exchange for their assistance in fending off any threats to the capital. Shanks slightly raised an eyebrow. Wait, so the deal only covered the capital city? Not the entire island? Farland nodded again, his voice tinged with resignation. Yes, it seemed that way. As long as no other pirate groups invaded the city, the basilisks were given free reins to roam. Can you imagine what it was like living with those cold-blooded pirates as neighbors? What's more curious was the conspicuous absence of the Marines, who seemed to have vanished from sight, leaving this place on its own ever since. Supplied another nearby local customer. Shanks's gaze fixed on the man. So, that this arrangement protected the capital without imposing any additional financial burden on Lord Bogart and indirectly forced all inhabitants to move into the city, which will also benefit from collecting more taxes and labors? That was probably part of his plans. To create a grand city that would attract admirations and more immigrations. It seemed he had unparalleled ambitions to create the kingdom, not just a small country. But the reality is, many residents could no longer afford to live in those extravagant surroundings. Tax rates soared, and the prices of basic necessities reached unfathomable heights. Some of us had no choice but to return here, seeking comforts in the familiar, but things were never the same again. Farland cast a wistful glance around the tavern, his eyes capturing the essence of a community forever altered. Raduno town used to be a place of warmth and camaraderie, where neighbors knew one another and offered a helping hand. But with the appeals of the new capital, people dispersed, chasing dreams that faded as quickly as they emerged. The vibrant pulse of our once thriving community has died down, leaving behind only a sense of nostalgia now. The room fell silent, the once joyful vibe replaced with a shared feelings of empathy. Then wouldn't he be furious that we just took down the Basilisk's pirates? Casually asked Yasopp, though he didn't really give it a DMN, given his increasing disapproval for this Lord Bogart every minute. Before anyone could respond, the sudden sound of commotions outside reached their ears. Moments later, the tavern's entrance door swung open, revealing the imposing figure of an elderly man. With his lean frame, tall stature, and a sharp face adorned with an impressive, flowing white mustache, he commanded everyone's immediate attention. "My name is Fugger, the chief advisor of Lord Bogart," he announced, his voice carrying a weight of some serene authority. "I humbly request you, red-hair pirates, to accompany me for now." As the morning light seeped through the cracks, Trafalgar Law gradually awakened, feeling a faint sense of rejuvenation. He had been completely oblivious to the world, succumbing to a deep slumber that stretched for a solid long hours. The events of the previous day had taken a toll on him, compressed into only a span of 24 hours. From unleashing his awakened devil fruit powers to confront the Blackbeard pirates, to performing intricate makeshift operations while simultaneously maintaining his rooms, the mental strain had reached a breaking point. His mind and body had collectively decided to shut down, seeking respite from the mounting fatigue and confusion. Now, with his faculties replenished, Law knew that time was of the essence. He closed his eyes briefly, recollecting his thoughts and formulating a plan. The first priority, without a doubt, was to ascertain his current whereabouts. From the hazy memories from the night before, he recalled accompanying the red-hair pirates to their covert hideouts. The dark-haired man's eyes adjusted to the dimly lit room as he surveyed his surroundings. The soft snoring filled the air, evidence of some crew members still deep in sleep. He quietly rose from his sleeping spot and stealthily made his way outside. Stepping into the open air, Law found himself in the midst of a large makeshift bunker, a temporary shelter that seemed to house a considerable number of individuals, easily accommodating a crew of 20 to 30 people. The rugged constructions hinted the needed secrecy and privacy. His gaze shifted towards a nearby open tent, where a long table stood prominently. It appeared to be a gathering place, probably a hub for discussions and strategizing. Taking in the landscape, the Heart Pirate captain realized that their hiding spot was nestled amidst a thick forest, the towering trees acting as a protective shield. The only discernible path was a narrow walking track, carved through the dense foliage, serving as the sole connection between their hideout and the nearby town. It was a strategic location, providing a sense of seclusion and security for their pirate crew. He heard the telltale sound of someone else stirring awake. With a drawn-out yawn, Hongo, one of the Red Hair crew's executives, emerged from the bunker, greeting him. "Up so early, Doctor? Did you sleep well?" Law replied in hushed tones with a small grin. "I haven't slept that soundly in years." Wasting no time on pleasantries, he cut to the chase. "Where's the round fellow? I need to check up on him." Hongo immediately sobered up, then he motioned for Law to follow him towards the back area of the open tent. There, nestled within another small tent, Lucky Roo lay sound asleep. The surgeon conducted a thorough examination, finding nothing out of ordinary. Satisfied with his assessment, he provided a few additional recommendations to the bigger guy. Then Law expressed his desire to explore the nearby town. He decided that finding a bookshop there was the easiest and safest way to find out where exactly was this location. It would grant him access to newspapers, magazines, maps, and articles containing all the essential information he needed, as well as allow him to interact with the locals discreetly, so as not to raise any more suspicion from the Emperor's crew than it already had. With more knowledge, he would be better equipped to handle himself within the Red Hair pirate circles. Hongo hesitated for a moment, contemplating the request, before finally giving in. He explained to the brunette the way to Raduno town, before making additional remarks. The chief and the others usually frequent the social club tavern. It's their preferred gathering spot on regular days. Once you're done exploring, please head there. It's the largest establishment in this small town, so you won't miss it, Dr. Law. Trafalgar nodded. "All right, I'll make my way there. See you later," before heading in the town direction. Somewhere in a far distance away, amidst the treacherous waters of the New World, a formidable marine grand fleet set its course towards an enigmatic island. Vice admirals stood steadfast, their presences shrouded in ominous silence. Whispers of an impending calamity stirred in the air as the world held its breath, unaware of the storm that was about to descend. "Father, what brings you here all the way from the capital?" Farlan exclaimed, surprise evident in his voice. "So you want us to go with you? Give us a good reason, old man." Ben chimed in, curious and skeptical. "Ah, so the infamous Lord Bogart wanna hang us for taking down the Basilisk pirates, does he?" Yasopp added sarcastically. Taken aback by their assumptions, Fugger quickly denied. "Oh no, you've misunderstood. Lord Bogart is actually grateful for your heroic actions. The Basilisk pirates have been terrorizing our outlying towns for long, and the Lord sees you as protectors of our citizens' lives." "I must admit, it caught me off guard too," Fugger continued, hesitating for a moment before regaining his composure. "But my lord genuinely cares for his people. He personally expressed his intentions to come here and convey his gratitude to the Red Hair pirates." The room fell into a state of slight confusion as the unexpected turn of events sank in. "But what we've just heard earlier," Lime Juice murmured perplexedly before the old man interrupted, his voice filled with urgency and worries. "However, my visit today has nothing to do with Lord Bogart. This is a personal request." Abruptly, the tall advisor shocked them all by kneeling down, bowing on the floor before anyone could react. "Please, Red Hair pirates, I beg you, accompany me into the Forbidden Forest immediately. The lives of those dear to me are at stake." "Whoa, you get up, old man. There's no need to go to such lengths." "We're listening," Shanks intervened, astonishment palpable in his voice. "Relax, father. What has happened to make you so desperate?" His son worriedly asked while helping his father to his feet and guiding him to a chair. As the old man began to calm down, he quietly asked, "Do you remember Flora's teenage sons, Farlan?" "Of course, Ethan and Lucas. They moved to work in the capital years ago, and you encouraged them both to assist with the central hospital constructions, right? What about them?" "More than a month ago, some incidents had happened and then they went missing. And we haven't found any traces of them since then." "What?" The old man heavily sighed. "I really have no choice but to reveal it to the pirates. How ironic. Then he swept his gaze across the red-hair crew, who all looked a little bewildered before he started. Hope you'll forgive me, Ashar. Allow me to begin with the elderly gentleman called Ashar the Hermit, who has lived in isolation within the Forbidden Forest for as far back as my memories serve. Somewhere in the bustling capital city, Trafalgar just arrived, slightly out of breath. He had hurried here, choosing not to use his powers to avoid drawing attention. Dimon, who would have thought all the bookstores in that town would be out of business, he muttered, recalling the locals' suggestion to head to the capital for a wider selection and more up-to-date information. There aren't many young folks in Raduno town anymore. It's like this place is disconnected from the rest of the world. Even the news takes forever to reach here. You should explore the capital, young man, the local had advised. As he walked into the Renacida Island's central area, the young captain was taken aback by the stark contrast between the two cities. The capital exuded beauty, opulence, and vibrancy. A magnificent grand castle stood proudly at the center, symbolizing its glory and prosperity. However, as he continued to explore the various buildings and establishments, an unexplainable sense of unease washed over him, a nagging feeling he couldn't quite pinpoint. Trying to dismiss it, he focused on his purpose and continued his search. Soon enough, the brunette's eyes fell upon a small bookstore tucked away on a street corner. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a friendly shop owner. "Welcome, sir. How can I assist you today?" the owner asked with a warm smile. Law wasted no time in getting to the point. "Where can I find the section with magazines and daily newspapers?" he inquired. Pointing in the right direction, the owner replied, "Right over there, sir." His way to the designated newly arrival section, eyes scanning the rows of stacked newspapers and magazines. His gaze fell upon the first one he picked up, the World Economy News. As Law glanced at the headline, his eyes widened, his heart thumped rapidly within his chest. The bold letters blared the news, sending shockwaves through his entire being. Sengoku ushers in a new era, appointed as the new fleet admiral, marking a profound shift in power dynamics. Law's hand slightly shook as he automatically scanned the date. His blood turned to ice at the self-confirmation. This took place 7 years ago. At Raduno town, in the dimly lit confines of the social club tavern, Fugger sat wearily on a chair, his weathered face reflecting the weight of his years. "I first met the man named Ashar about 25 years ago." Fugger's memories began to resurface, transporting him back in time to the early days of the island's settlement. The tale unfolded in the distant past, spanning decades that witnessed the arrival of Fugger and his fellow pioneers on this untamed, uncharted land. In the beginning, they faced countless challenges as they sought to establish a sense of community amidst the wild forests, gradually transforming patches of rugged terrain into fertile agricultural grounds. Life bloomed and thrived. But there was one part of the island that remained untouched, an enigmatic forest nestled in the northeast, harboring dangerous and mysterious creatures later known as Ceberos. These creatures, bearing a pitch-black obsidian coat, bore a striking resemblance to saber-toothed tigers and were renowned for their feral and territorial behaviors. Aware of the perils that lurked within the forest, the settlers collectively agreed to leave it untouched, dubbing it the Forbidden Forest. They understood that it was far too dangerous to venture into its depths. As time passed and the small community expanded, attracting many new immigrants, their focus shifted towards building the first town on the island, Raduno town. One day, however, as they were preparing for the grand opening ceremony of their proud establishment, an ordinary-looking old man appeared, claiming to have emerged from the heart of the Forbidden Forest itself. We were taken aback by two surprising revelations that day. The first was the fact that someone had been living within the forest for several decades, completely unbeknownst to us. And the second was the realization that this aged individual had managed to survive alone amidst those dangerous beasts. Reminisced the old advisor. Introducing himself as Ashar, the old man spoke with wisdom and humility. He had witnessed the struggles and prosperity of the growing community from the solitude of the forest. He approached them with a warm smile and offered a contribution to their feast, presenting the fruits he had cultivated within the forbidden forest. These are not just ordinary fruits, Ashar explained good-humoredly. They have exquisite tastes and will also keep you strong and healthy. Then on the day of the celebration, the townspeople gathered at the newly opened tavern, known as the Social Club. Ashar joined them as promised, bearing the green, pear-shaped fruits. The true treasure lies within the seeds of these fruits, Ashar revealed. I recommend consuming them whole to experience their full flavor and benefits. Fugger vividly recalled being the first to try it. As he bit into one, a stunning turquoise-colored seed with a small 2-inch oval shape revealed itself. The seeds were not only beautiful but also surpassed any other fruits they had encountered on the island. The taste was divine, and everyone present relished the experience, adding to the lively celebrating atmosphere of the special event. And the visiting old man became known as Ashar the Hermit, a strange, yet respected figure in their small community ever since. To their astonishment, moreover, they began to feel rejuvenated the days following the feast. Their strength seemed to surge, and despite working tirelessly, they experienced less fatigue. Fugger reminisced, "We were all grateful to Ashar, for his gifts had an undeniable impact on our lives. It was as if our very community's strengths had swollen. I remember that day too. The fruit seed tasted incredible and I've rarely been sick in these past years, all thanks to the old man, Ashar," intervened Farlan keenly. His father gently grinned, before continuing his story. As time passed, the town thrived, and I eventually assumed the role of community leader. A year into my leadership, Ashar paid me a personal visit and shared some mind-blowing revelations. Ashar the Hermit disclosed to Fugger that the fruits he had brought to the celebration ceremony were called guardian seeds. Among their several miraculous effects, they helped double the eater's strength and enhanced his overall well-being, making illness a rarity. The hermit proceeded to disclose that he originally had merely 3 of these remarkable seeds. He consumed one of them before his arrival on the island, which enabled him to withstand the harsh forest surroundings and eventually formed a bond with the Ceberos, while he planted the remaining 2. Regrettably, one of the seeds perished, but the others survived and blossomed. "Fugger, my friend," Ashar explained, "these fruits are extraordinary. They take 20 years to grow and mature, but their effects are truly worth the efforts." Driven by the ever-resilient and struggling community, he took it upon himself to cultivate as many guardian seeds as possible to cater to all the island's inhabitants. He further shared, "Since it's the seeds that truly count, one must choose between consuming them for immediate benefits or planting them to grow another tree, which will yield 40 to 50 fruits in the next 20 years. On the day of the celebration, I brought more than half of the forest's produces to share with all of you and planted the rest. For over 40 years since my arrival, I have diligently harvested and replanted these seeds, multiplying their numbers." He momentarily pondered over something before breaking into a wide grin. "In the upcoming harvesting season, we should be able to provide for all the ever-growing population on this island. Isn't that marvelous, Fugger?" Overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement, the community had expressed his heartfelt appreciation to the very first settler. "Thank you, Ashar. Selfless dedication to our well-being is immeasurable. We are forever indebted to you for your unwavering care." And with that, they both parted ways, each looking forward to the future of their secured and healthy community. As Fugger took a short interval, taking a sip of water while the room stayed silent, Ben Beckman thoughtfully murmured to himself, "Guardian seeds, that I've heard of them before." "Please go on, Fugger-san, it seems like there's a lot more to this story that you have yet to reveal, isn't it?" encouraged the red-hair captain. With a nod, Fugger resumed, his voice now tinged with heaviness. "Unfortunately, things took an unexpected turn. Just a few years later, the Marine headquarters announced their intention to seize control of our island, subjecting it to the regulations of the world government. Lord Bogart and his family, who claimed to be former royalties, arrived on the scene and were appointed as our new rulers, bestowing upon the island the name Renacida. I, too, was chosen to assist in their administrations." He paused for a moment, reflecting on the rapid changes that had unfolded. Everything happened so swiftly. Within a short span of time, a grand capital city was constructed, and I found myself immersed in the duties of building new infrastructure and overseeing various construction projects. Amidst the chaos, I lost touch with Ashar, as my responsibilities confined me to the new capital. The years passed, events unfolded, and Farland's account likely fills in some of the details for you earlier. Fugger's voice wavered slightly as he continued, his tone laden with regrets. It was only about 3 years ago when supplies started to seriously dwindle, when Lord Bogart had already been facing mounting financial problems for some time. He proposed the idea of extracting resources from the Forbidden Forest, the last remaining untouched wilderness on Renacida. However, I vehemently disagreed, knowing the dangers that lurked within and above all, to protect the secretive cultivations that Ashar had devoted all his life to cherish for every one of us. "We cannot venture into that perilous place, my lord," he pleaded. "The Saberos are fiercely territorial. For decades, none of us has been able to approach, let alone invade their deep territory." Thankfully, Lord Bogart reluctantly abandoned the idea, fearing the wrath of the beasts. But the situation deteriorated when the Basilisk pirates arrived and struck a deal with the Lord. Outlying towns suffered greatly at the hands of these cold-blooded people, engaging in looting, attacks, and even occasional acts of SXL violence. The only condition the Lord imposed was that no one should be killed, sparing the lives of the townspeople. Fugger's expression grew somber as he recounted an incident that occurred over a month ago involving his daughter's 2 sons. Both of them were working as laborers in the capital when they got into a severe brawl with some members of the Basilisk crews in a nearby town. Fortunately, both parties sustained injuries but escaped fatal harms. Upon hearing the news, Fugger's patience reached its breaking point. He confronted Lord Bogart, expressing his concerns about the escalating threats posed by the callous pirates. "My lord, the recent actions of this vicious pirate group are deeply troubling. Shouldn't we reconsider our dealings with them? The risks they bring to our people far outweigh any benefits we may gain." His plea seemed to resonate with the island's ruler, who contemplated it for a considerable time. Finally, the Lord proposed a solution. "To address this problem," he said, "I have decided to relocate the Basilisk pirate hideouts into the Forbidden Forest. This way, they will be farther away from most of the towns, reducing the chances of harms or clashes. Moreover, since the Saberos have long hindered our access to natural resources, these powerful pirates should be able to eliminate all of them for us. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, don't you agree?" The Lord's decision left his advisor speechless, a sense of dread washing over him. His mind raced, desperately seeking a way to halt this devastating plan. "No, no, no," his thoughts screamed, searching for any solution to prevent the pirates from invading Ashar's lifetime home. "If I can explain the truth to the Lord, perhaps he will understand and leave the forest untouched." With limited options available, Fugger decided to take a risk and reveal the secrets of Ashar and the Guardian Seeds. "You see, my lord," he began, his voice filled with urgency, "with the miraculous effects these Guardian Seeds bestow upon our people, coupled with our continuous trainings, we will become a stronger nation capable of protecting ourselves. Thus, we would no longer need those pirates for our defense." He attempted to persuade Lord Bogart, and to his surprise, it seemed to have an impact. The Lord's face broke into a wide, exciting smile. "Ah, what a marvelous tale, Fugger. I am truly impressed by this Ashar figure and his remarkable contributions to our country's well-being. I shall reconsider the plan more carefully now that I have this additional information." Then the Lord placed a reassuring hand on Fugger's shoulder before dismissing him. "Well done indeed. Well done." Fugger breathed a sigh of relief as it appeared the plan had been suspended. However, only 1 week later, another incident occurred, shattering his peace to bits. Ethan and Lucas, who had recently been released from the hospital, mysteriously disappeared overnight. The following day, rumors began to circulate in the capital, suggesting that the Basilisk crew, the same ones involved in the previous fight, had kidnapped the boys. Yet, without concrete evidence, it seemed there was little they could do. Fugger's worries for their well-beings consumed him, but he was powerless to take any action. Lord Bogart attempted to make contact with the Basilisk captain, a man known as Metal Fong Snake. He insists that he had nothing to do with it, the Lord shared with a concerned tone. But worry not, Fugger. I have already informed the Marines and requested for an investigation. However, it will take some time for them to arrive. Let us pray for the safety of both boys while we await the Marines' supports. And shortly after that, you, the infamous Red Hair Pirates, arrived on this island. Fugger continued, his voice filled with a mix of gratitude and anxiousness. Though I couldn't fathom the true reasons behind the abduction of my grandsons. It could have been a vengeful act after their previous clashes or something entirely different. However, I also caught wind of news about your encounters with the Basilisk crew. It raised suspicions within me that they might have had knowledge about Ashar and his works in the Forbidden Forest, in which their hideouts were closely located on its outskirt for 2 years. Perhaps they sought to claim the Guardian Seeds for themselves and tried to prevent you from uncovering their secrets. It's mere speculation, but the more I pondered over it, the greater my worries grew. His voice began to tremble. It wasn't just the lives of my grandsons at stakes, but also Ashar's, potentially in the brutal clutches of these merciless pirates. And since you managed to defeat them yesterday, I couldn't wait for the Marines any longer. So I sought your immediate assistance in venturing into the forest, as the swifter we move, the greater the chance of finding them all still alive. Finished the old man with his head slightly bowed down, anxiously waiting for the pirate crew's reactions. Fugger's final sentence hung in the air, laden with urgency and hope. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the Red Hair Pirates, as they now understood the daunting quest that lay before them. A moment later, the redhead captain gradually rose from his seat, scanning his crew with a swift gaze before uttering, "It's time to get into that mysterious forest." At the central of Renacida Island, in a grand chamber within the opulent confines of the capital city's castle, adorned with intricate tapestries and glistening chandeliers, 2 figures engaged in a hushed conversation, their words dripping with subtle urgency and secrecy. The Marine support units have been set in motion, dispatched from the CP-5 ships that have remained on standby for nearly 2 weeks by now. Time is of the essence, and our military strength is severely limited, especially when it comes to dealing with the Red Hair Pirates, the suited individual disclosed, his voice calculated. A pause hung in the air, before he continued, "However, our objective here is not to engage in combats, but rather to secure those things. It now falls upon you, my lord, to clear up any obstacles that may hinder our progress. If all goes according to plan, both parties shall reap the rewards of our mutual cooperations without a drop of blood spilled. That, my lord, is our most desirable outcome," he concluded, a sly smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The other figure, stationed by the colossal castle window, gazed out into the distance with an inscrutable expression, before raising a question. "What about the boys, though?" "Regrettably, my lord, their fate is beyond our control," the suited individual responded, a tinge of detachment evident in his voice. "When you suddenly provided us with information about the Guardian Seeds, Vice Admiral Akagi needed to ensure their existence within that forest before making any decisive moves. Hence, the boys were sent to the Punk Hazard Lab as necessary test subjects. The recent results have confirmed the presence of the legendary seed's effects within their bodies. Although their survival after all the experimental process is doubtful, their sacrifices were deemed necessary for the greater good, my lord." Upon hearing this, a sigh escaped the lips of the figure by the window. "Indeed, I must keep this information from Fugger. Spreading rumors of the Basilisk pirates' involvement in their kidnapping is believable enough, considering their past clashes." "Yes, my lord. And with them out of the picture at this impeccable timing now that we have confirmation of the Guardian Seed's presence, we must swiftly retrieve them before the Red Hair Pirates catch wind of their true values," the suited individual affirmed, his voice tinged with cunning. "However, before we take any further action, I demand confirmation of the 1 billion belly payment. Let us not forget that this is a business transaction, not an act of charity." "Show me your commitment before we proceed," the figure by the window stated. With calculating air, he continued, "Furthermore, prepare an additional 870 million belly for the head of Metal Fang Snake, the captain of the Basilisk Pirates. You will get half of this additional sum for the smooth procedure. They already served our purpose anyway, by preventing the red hair pirates from venturing into the forest while we awaited the lab results. It seems even malicious pirates like them can be easily manipulated." He chuckled. "And as they were vanquished within my territory, it is only fitting that I retain custody of their captures." Pausing for a moment, his gaze fixed upon the breathtaking city below, the figure muttered softly to himself, "It has been such a long time. I am drawing closer and closer to achieving my dreams of recovering what I have lost." The suited figure's smile bore the marks of scheming reassurance as he responded, "You're absolutely right. And rest assured, my lord. The necessary arrangements are already underway, and I shall establish further contact with Vice Admiral Akagi regarding the captives." A glint of ambition flickered in his eyes as he continued, "But do keep in mind, my lord, that our side of this deal hinges upon obtaining the Guardian Seeds in pristine condition before Red Hair Shanks can lay his hand on a single one of them. Only when this condition is met shall we release the full payment. As Marines, we have always upheld our end of the bargain in this long-standing business partnership, have we not?" He finished with his signature crafty grin. Along the vibrant streets of Renacida capital, the lost brunette found himself wandering aimlessly, a maelstrom of confusion and chaos swirling within his heart and mind. Each step he took only deepened the enigma surrounding his current predicament. Had he truly been transported back in time but stranded on an unfamiliar island somewhere in the unruly New World? His logical mind grappled with the weight of this revelation. He had attempted to gather more information about the island, scouring the news articles in the local shops, all of which pointed to the same conclusion: he had indeed traveled 7 years into the past. The shopkeeper had shared a brief history of Renacida Island, but its location in the vast expanse of the New World remained a mystery to the lost brunette. Even if he knew its exact whereabouts, what could he possibly hope to achieve? In a time where he did not belong? And what of his crew, left behind to face the Blackbeard pirates on Winter Island? Had he vanished from their side, leaving them to their own devices as they faced their impending doom? The unanswered questions piled up in his mind, threatening to overwhelm him in a torrent of panic. Seeking solace and clarity, Law forced himself to pause, closing his eyes briefly, attempting to meditate and regain his composure. His logical instincts kicked in once more, reminding him that now was not the time to succumb to despair. If he wished to navigate through this intricate situation, he needed a clear mind. First and foremost, he must return to Raduno town. The resourcefulness of the Red Hair Pirates might prove invaluable in unraveling the complexities of this unfamiliar timeline. Moreover, his duty as a doctor compelled him to tend to their injured comrade until his recovery was assured. However, the danger of revealing his true identity loomed ominously in his thoughts. Even if he were to disclose the truth, he doubted anyone would believe his fantastical tale. Could he masquerade as a traveling doctor who had lost his way on this island, coincidentally saving their crewmate in the process? Would this flimsy facade be enough to earn him the trust of the Emperor's crew? Law pondered these possibilities, wrestling with the implications they held. Then a realization struck him like a thunderbolt. In this particular timeline, Red Hair Shanks had yet to ascend to the rank of Emperor, as far as he knew. It also explained why none of them ever recognized me, he murmured to himself, a mixture of relief and dismay coursing through his veins. Even though his newest bounty posters had recently been disseminated worldwide, they held no significance here. Trafalgar Law, in this PRD, was a mere 19-year-old, a fresh-faced captain who had recently formed the Heart Pirates and embarked on his journey piloting the submarine far away under the North Blue Seas. Law came to a halt, his footsteps ceasing as he was suddenly engulfed by an unexplainable, profound sadness. It washed over him then, a poignant reminder of the countless times he had been torn away from everything he held dear, move into a harsh and unforgiving reality. How many times must he endure this cruel cycle of separation and find himself adrift, lost and alone, all over again? As Fugger led the way, Shanks, Ben Beckman, Yasopp, Lime Juice, and Bonk Punch followed closely, all rushing toward the forbidden forest. Their urgency was palpable. However, their path was suddenly disrupted by a growing uproar among the townspeople, accompanied by a resounding announcement from the Marines. Attention all citizens! In the interest of maintaining order and security, the Marines have assumed control of Raduno Town and the Forbidden Forest. Until further notice, entry or exit to these areas is strictly prohibited, boomed the voice of Marines authority. Emerging from the midst of the commotion, Spandam, the leader of CP5, stepped forward. With his trademark sly grin, he asserted his authority. Surround the forest area. No one is to be allowed inside. Following his command, a swarm of Marines swiftly dispersed throughout the town, strategically encircling the forest from all angles, effectively sealing off any entrance. Confusion filled the town as its people tried to make sense of the unfolding situation. Fugger, witnessing the sudden appearance of the Marines, felt a mixture of confusion and relief. Thank God, they've finally arrived. We can make a timely rescue with this added number of manpower. But before the old advisor could utter a word, the red-hair captain calmly asked, "Isn't it rather convenient that the Marines arrive just as the basilisks are defeated and we're about to enter the Forbidden Forest?" Spandam, caught off guard by the inquiry, attempted to deflect the suspicion. "We have come to investigate at the request of this island. We made every effort to arrive as swiftly as possible, but traversing from Marineford to this remote part of the New World took some time," he explained, attempting to justify their sudden presence. Beckman, however, saw through the charade. Since when did CP5 agents concern themselves with the general cases of citizens' disappearances? He interjected knowingly. Spandam's mind raced, realizing that his true identity had been recognized. "Damn it. They saw through me instantly." He cursed inwardly, his anxiety growing. "Apologies, CP5. We won't comply to the Marines' order and remain silent. We will proceed as we see fit," Yasopp nonchalantly declared. Shanks, echoing Yasopp's sentiment, added with a casual air, "If you wish to stop us, go ahead and try." A chilling aura permeated the area, unsettling all the Marines stationed as guards. Spandam felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, fully aware that the power of the red-hair pirates far surpassed anything they could contend with. However, before the red-headed captain and his crew took another step towards the forest entrance, a commanding voice pierced through the tension. "Please halt, red-hair pirates." A few moments ago, Law had just set foot in Raduno Town, his mind heavily burdened. However, his attention was abruptly captured by the sight of Marines' troops flooding into the tranquilly small town. The brunette's sharp instincts immediately sensed that something was amiss. Without hesitation, he hastened his steps, following the direction in which the Marines were headed. "It seems they're rushing toward the forest," he silently observed, piecing together the puzzle in his mind. The closer he got to the forest entrance, the louder the commotion grew. At its center, he witnessed the presence of red-hair Shanks and some of his crew engaging in a standoff with a Marine officer, unmistakably the leader of CP5. Why would the government send those guys here? They only dig for their own shady agendas, Law contemplated, his suspicions deepening. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly approached Lime Juice, who stood at the back of the red-hair crew. In a hushed tone, Law inquired, "Hey, what's going on here?" There you are, Dr. Law. Something happened and we're about to—" Before the member of the red-hair pirates could finish his sentence, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected figure. A commanding voice reverberated through the chaotic scene, declaring, "Please halt, red-hair pirates." Law turned his face towards the speaker. His eyes widened as the Marines made an announcement from behind, commanding the citizens to make ways for the island's leader. "All citizens, stay clear from the main path. Lord Bogart Whitestone has arrived." Time stood still, freezing the very air around him. A paralyzing numbness gripped Law's body once again, as the name that had haunted every step of his childhood echoed mercilessly in his ears. Bogart Whitestone, the former king of Flevance. In an instant, red-hair Shanks felt a powerful surge of hockey sweeping across him, an unsettling blend of seething rage and icy killing intent. With a swift turn, he scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of this unexpected burst, only to be met with a surprise. It originated from none other than the enigmatic dark-haired doctor, now standing motionless like a statue behind him. Question raced through the redhead's mind. What is this about? He wondered. However, the gravity of the situation demanded his attention back to the figure before him, the island's ruler. The middle-aged man stood tall, his appearance striking with hair split evenly between white and gray, an expressionless face, and attire that exuded both opulence and class. I am Bogart Whitestone, the ruler of this island. It is my pleasure to meet you, Red-Hair Shanks, and your formidable crew, he announced, before breaking into a warm smile. Allow me to express my utmost gratitude for your impressive feat in subduing the relentless basilisk pirates. Your actions have restored peace into our country, as they had plagued our people for far too long. Bogart extended his hand towards Shanks's remaining arm, who reciprocated with a cautious handshake, before interjecting, "That may not be such a big deal, and we believe there are more pressing matters that require immediate attention, sir." "Oh, is that so?" The Lord replied, calling for Fugger to approach him and provide a report on the situation. "Why did the Marines' investigation encounter obstacles, when we have been eagerly awaiting their arrival to aid in the search for your grandsons all this time?" Fugger felt a wave of unease flooding him as he reluctantly approached the Lord, attempting to explain his actions. "Please accept my deepest apologies for my hasty decision, my lord. As the Marines had yet to arrive, I sought the assistance of the red-hair pirates to enter the Forbidden Forest. My hope was to mount a timely rescue for those who were captured within the basilisk's territory." Bogart raised his hand, signaling for the Marines to clear the area, creating a private space for him and his advisor to converse. "Tell me, Fugger," he calmly began, his tone measured, "why that when we finally rid ourselves of the basilisks, the very pirates you despised, did you involve another group of pirates in our country's affairs? Do you wish for us to once again be indebted to them and find ourselves in a similar situation as before?" "No, no, that was never my intention, my lord," Fugger exclaimed, his voice laden with guilt. He stumbled over his words, attempting to explain himself, but his lord interjected with a gentle tone. "There's no need for further explanation, Fugger. I understand the depth of your concern for your grandsons. Now that the Marines have arrived to lend their assistance, I suggest we initiate our investigations immediately. The lives of our people are at stake. Do you agree?" "Of course, my lord," Fugger eagerly confirmed, his determination shining through. "Then, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the operation, I believe it is necessary for no one else to interfere. Could you kindly request the red-hair pirates to withdraw their involvement and allow us to handle this matter ourselves?" "I will do as you say, my lord. It was my own doing, so it is my responsibility to rectify it," Fugger replied, accepting the task at hand. As he turned to depart, Lord Bogart added, "Now that the Marines are present, it is crucial that we promptly hand over the basilisk pirates to them. It is too risky to let any of them remain on our island, whether captured or not. As my trusted chief advisor, I have faith that you will know how to handle this situation appropriately." "Ah, this is quite troublesome. It appears things aren't working in our favor," raised Punch thoughtfully. "That lord seems to have a firm grip on the old man," observed Beckman. "And it seems they will take custody of the basilisks as well," added Lime Juice. "What should we do, Chief?" asked Yassop hesitantly. The red-hair pirates collectively arrived at the same conclusion, using their observation hockey to eavesdrop on the private conversation between Lord Bogart and his advisor, a relatively easy task, considering the proximity of their discussion. The sudden turn of events caught them by surprise, however, for Lord Bogart displayed a rational concern given the trials this country had endured for the past years. At the end of the day, they were still pirates, who possess even greater power than the basilisks. In that moment, Fugger expectedly approached them and requested their cooperation in handing over the captured pirates and temporarily retreat. With utmost humility, the old advisor bowed before them, offering his sincere apologies. Please forgive this desperate old man for creating such inconvenient circumstances for you, red hair pirates. We truly appreciate your kind determination to assist us. However, we believe that the best course of action at present is to allow the Marines to carry out their work. Red hair Shanks pondered over the situation for a few moments before flashing a wide smile. No problem, Fugerson. The most important thing is to help save the hermit and the boys, isn't it? It doesn't matter who accomplishes the task. Shanks declared, his gaze sweeping across his comrades. As for us, we shall retreat for the time being. All right, guys? The others murmured their agreements. Okay, if that's what we have to do. We'll keep our fingers crossed for your search, old man. Shanks then issued an order, directing specific crew members, Yassop, Lime Juice, and Punch, head to our camp and bring all the captives here. There's no use keeping them with us any longer. Roger, Chief. The designated crew members responded in unison, ready to carry out their captain's command. Shanks now turned to his first mate, Ben, and issued a directive. Ben, I want you to go observe the situation on the island's shoreline for now. Look for any Marines' abnormal activities. Beckman raised an eyebrow, a knowing grin spreading across his face. What, Chief? Has your intuition struck again? Asked the chain-smoking brunette. It just might have. Chuckled the redhead. We'll see. As the crew members began to disperse, their attention was suddenly drawn to the tattooed doctor approaching their captain, his expression inscrutable. The aura surrounding the young man felt remarkably different from when they first met him only a day before, though they couldn't quite put their fingers on why. I overheard their conversation too, red hair ya? The doctor began, his tone firm, face hidden under the brim of his spotted hat. And even though I'm not fully aware of the details of the situation here, there's one thing I can assure you. He paused briefly before looking up straight at the taller man. Do not trust a single word coming out of that lord's mouth. Shanks was slightly taken aback by the absoluteness in that short sentence and the coldness in its speaker's golden eyes. And before he could respond, the lean doctor quietly said, Come with me, and I'll get you into the forest without any one of them even noticing. Hidden behind the dense foliage of trees on the elevated terrain opposite the forest entrance, two silhouettes silently observed the unfolding scene below. The location they had chosen was precarious, situated on a steep cliffside that dropped into a treacherous ravine. The rugged terrain made it an impossible task for anyone to enter the forest without a means of bypassing the challenging landscape. As a result, there was no sign of any Marines standing guard in the vicinity. Your ability is remarkably convenient, Doctor. I can't even fathom the effort it would have taken us to reach this spot, remarked the taller individual, genuinely impressed by their vantage point. The said doctor, his demeanor reserved, replied, Yes, it does come at a cost though. He then gestured towards the direction of the forest entrance. If they're coming from that way, it will take them some time to reach this deep part. We must reach our designated location before they do and act swiftly. Agreed. It would certainly be easier if we make our way to Ashar, the hermit's home area. That should serve as our starting point for the investigation, responded the taller figure, contemplating their next moves. While the spotted hat-wearing brunette was formulating a plan, Shanks couldn't help but closely observe the man crouching just inches away from him. The intense and chilling malicious aura he had sensed earlier had now vanished, concealed beneath a carefully constructed facade. The man appeared to be his usual stoic and pragmatic self. However, Shanks knew better. With his exceptional hockey skills, he could sense the additional layer of mental burdens weighing heavily on the young brunette, adding to the already substantial weight he had perceived since their first encounter the day before. This intrigued the red-haired captain. How is it that this slim-figured man, probably only in his 20s, carries such a profound emotional burden? What life experiences and hardships has he endured? The older guy marveled. Furthermore, not only did he bear these burdens, but he also harbored a multitude of unfathomable secrets. And what reasons do you have to keep all these enigmas hidden, Doctor? Shanks, being a true pirate at heart, was always drawn to mysteries, especially the ones that posed a challenge. This young surgeon, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere in his life, embodied precisely just that. His intuition told him then that the enigmatic young man beside him would have a significant impact on his life in the future, in a way distinct from any of his close-knitted crewmates. The surgeon of death extended his power, creating a vast room, engulfing nearly half of the forest area. Scan. Within the confines of his ability, he focused his senses, scanning the surroundings with the purpose of locating a structure or house that would serve as their designated teleportation point. The scanning power allowed him to perceive the layered details of the forest's depths, searching for any signs of human habitation. After a thorough search, Law finally detected the presence of a structure nestled within the forest, found it. Abruptly, the doctor grasped the redhead's arm, Shambles, and instantly teleported both of them into the designated location, expertly swapping their positions with objects near the house. Ouch! As they materialized in their new location, Shanks was plunged down somewhat unceremoniously on the ground and found himself a little disheveled, earning a little smirk from the brunette who was standing gracefully next to him. "You should have given me a little warning, Doc," whined the single-armed captain. "This is the most unstylish entrance I've ever made." While Shanks collected himself, the younger man immediately sensed an enigmatic energy swirling throughout an entire area. It was the same sensation he had experienced when he woke up in this place the day before, after being sent back in time. The energy left him feeling somewhat dizzy and drained. Curious, Law turned to ask the taller captain, "Do you feel it, Red Hairya, this strange, foreboding aura surrounding us?" Shanks perplexedly replied, "No, I don't feel anything out of ordinary." Though it puzzled him, the doctor decided to drop the subject for the time being and focused on their objective. They began to survey their surroundings and spotted a small wooden hut, believed to be the dwelling of the old man, Ashar, as mentioned in Fugger's account. The atmosphere around the hut was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of life. Before venturing towards the hut, both men instinctively scanned the area. To their surprise, they witnessed an unusual sight. The landscape was filled with an assortment of trees, both large and small, bearing various fruits, flowers, vegetables, and even unidentified species. The vegetation appeared disorderly, haphazardly cluttered around, almost forming a barrier that enveloped the tiny house, obscuring it from the outer reaches of the forest. "Isn't it peculiar," Law mused, "how the guy has surrounded himself with this chaotic forest within the forbidden forest itself?" Shanks extended his observation hockey, encompassing a large area around their location. He noted the absence of any immediate threat. There are no signs of any creatures nearby, which is strange. From the advisor's story, these areas should be Sabero's territories as well, he muttered skeptically. Anyway, we should have some time before the Marines venture into this part. Let's get into the house. Their anticipations turned to startles with only their first steps into an entrance. As everything seemed to be in disarray, its contents scattered and broken. The evidence of raids and pillaging was evident in every corner. The grim reality set in. The red-hair captain instantly knew that the basilisks were responsible for this devastation. Their hearts sank even further as they entered the next room, which had been crudely transformed into a makeshift interrogation chamber. At its center lay the lifeless body of Ashar the Hermit, his face pressed against the floor. The sight promptly sent a jolt through the redhead as he clenched his fist. "No," he whispered, his eyes closed. The tale of the compassionate, selfless man flooding his mind. The hermit who had dedicated all his life to relentlessly serving others, now laid slain in his own sanctuary. Law wasted no time in examining the old man's body, his expression growing darker with each passing moments. "He has been dead for only a few days, perhaps 3 to 5, the doctor revealed. There are numerous wounds and bruises all over his body. However, this blow," he pointed to the deep stab wound near the body's heart, "that was the cause of his death. His gaze then fell upon the knife lying on the floor next to the old man's lifeless hand. I believe he took his own life, likely after enduring torture for some time. A mix of rage and sorrow coursing through Shanks' veins. The heartless acts committed by the basilisk pirates left no room for mercy or forgiveness. He gritted his teeth. This was a scenario he had witnessed far too many times in his long journeys, a cruel and unjust fate befalling countless innocent people. When would this cycle of suffering and injustice ever come to an end? You mentioned something called the Guardian Seeds, right, Red Hair? Law inquired, his voice devoid of emotion. Whatever they are, we should find them before the Marines do, as they're likely the cause of all this. The redhead silently observed the young doctor, before nodding in agreement. They couldn't afford to waste another minute if they wanted to salvage anything from this already tragic situation. According to the old advisor's stories, they are the seeds found within some kind of fruits. Shanks recalled. Law posed a question. If these pirates were looking for the fruit trees, why did they raid the house instead of targeting the trees outside? Good question. What if they didn't know what kind of plants contained the guardian seeds? Shanks suggested. The term, guardian seeds, is ambiguous, and my only knowledge of them comes from Fugger, who witnessed and consumed them long time ago. At that moment, the realization struck the red-haired captain. That's why Ashar, upon realizing the impending danger of the pirates' invasion since their first settle down near the forest, decided to grow numerous trees and various species to conceal the guardian fruit trees among them. And he was likely interrogated to reveal which ones were the true guardians, but he apparently refused, added the taller man, his voice darkened. Law nodded while contemplating the situation. But wouldn't it have been easier for him to save his own life by destroying or burning those trees instead? Shanks pondered the question before responding with a tinge of sadness. This is only my speculation, but the old man had spent over 50 years cultivating and multiplying these plants for the inhabitants of the island. With no means of seeking outside help, he chose to risk his life to preserve them instead of destroying them. Do you think he left behind any hints about their whereabouts? Law asked as he ventured outside to explore the assortment of thick trees of all kinds. He might have. Shanks replied, following the surgeon to inspect the area around the house. He concentrated his observation hockey on small areas, meticulously searching for any clues. Meanwhile, Law continued his exploration, delving deeper into the variety of trees. It's impossible to search for any specific seeds without knowing exactly what they look like. Law mused. The old man was incredibly clever. He ventured further into the forest. As he surveyed the surroundings, his eyes fell upon a grisly sight, a mass killing of Ceberos, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The creatures now lay motionless, their black fur stained with blood, their piercing eyes forever devoid of light. The tattooed man had grown accustomed to the brutal realities of the world, the transient nature of life, and the inevitability of suffering. Another massacre, he murmured quietly to himself. Whether it's human or animal, the outcome is the same. We all fall prey to the cruelty. He took a moment to pay his respects to the fallen beasts, silently acknowledging their struggles and the lives cut short. With a heavy sigh, he pushed aside his emotions and refocused his attention on their mission. Law's ears perked up as he caught a sudden cracking sound emanating from a cluster of trees in close proximity. His instincts heightened when he noticed the rustling of bushes near those trees. With caution, he approached the area, drawing Kikoku. Gently parting the foliage, he discovered a trio of Ceberos cubs strolling aimlessly beside their deceased mother, oblivious to the harsh realities of separation. As a fellow lone survivor of his own people, a wave of sentiments flooding his mind. You've done admirably well to survive, little ones. Stay resilient. Immediately after, he heard the call from the red-hair captain from the back of the house. Hey, I think I found something interesting, Doctor. The brunette then hurried over to where the older man was standing. As he approached, he saw him pointing down towards a small patch of soil amidst the chaotic tangle of bushes and plants. I sense something underneath this area, Shanks exclaimed. The soil here is different from its surroundings, and upon closer inspection, The colors seem to vary slightly. It's possible that someone recently buried something here, don't you think? Law leaned in, his eyes fixed on the said patch of soil. Shanks' brows furrowed while glancing apprehensively in the opposite direction. But time is against us, he muttered, voice tinged with concern. I can sense the approaching presence of Marines. They're closing in on our location. We don't have time to dig. Scan. A momentary pause filled the air before a small treasure box materialized in Law's waiting hands. He carefully held the locked, dirty box while his eyes examining it. It appears that the old man indeed hid something from the intruders, he calmly remarked before using another shambles to swap the box with its content. An old notebook appeared in place of its container. Shanks, flabbergasted by the younger man's effortless retrieval of the deeply buried item, couldn't resist a playful jab. Well, doctor. Is there anything you can't do? He teased with a mischievous smile playing on his face. Law's lips faintly twitched. Let's say I have a knack for finding hidden treasures, red hair ya? But as the impending arrival of the Marines loomed closer, the redhead's expression turned more serious, a sense of urgency in his voice. They're coming. The dark-haired doctor then focused his attention on the notebook, searching for any valuable information regarding the coveted mystical seeds. As he swiftly scanned through the pages, his eyes landed on the opening passage. In the smooth, flowing handwritten scripts, the following words emerged. Guardian seeds, the natural counterparts to the infamous devil fruits. Unlike the individual power granted by devil fruits, guardian seeds possess the potential to be planted, multiplied, and bestow their protective powers upon a multitude of individuals. While devil fruits were known for their destructive capabilities, shunned by the vast seas and rendering their consumers unable to swim, those who consumed guardian seeds would be given doubled strength, with their bodies infused with a unique form of protection. They would become cherished allies of the sea, never getting drowned into its depths, and immune to the attacks of sea monsters, for these creatures would recognize them as kindred spirits. Their consumptions were welcome to all living creatures, humans or animals, but fatal to those who had already consumed a devil fruit. The conflicting powers would clash, resulting in the demise of the unfortunate eater. Yet, the true strength of the guardian seeds lay in their ability to nullify any powers bestowed by devil fruits that directly affected the seed's consumer's body and mind. In the world where the dominance of all kinds of supernatural-powered devil fruit users posed a constant threat to the weaker species, be it humans or animals, these seeds are believed to serve as a means for Mother Nature to restore equilibrium and protect the delicate balance of existence. They embodied the essence of the true Earth's guardians, offering hopes to those who were otherwise overshadowed and vulnerable. Within the grand working room, situated on the highest floor of the Marine headquarters, the Den Mushi resonated with the resounding tone. The call reached an imposing figure, seated behind an expansive desk, tailored for his authoritative and powerful presence. Report, Akagi, demanded the deep voice. We're an hour away from the targeted destination, sir. The Vice Admiral promptly replied. CP5 agents are conducting an extensive search in the forest, and the Red Hair Pirates reportedly have yet to take any actions and still remained in the adjacent town, sir. An unsettling, momentary silence veiled the conversation, hanging in the air like a foreboding cloud. Then the voice calmly spoke. I don't trust them. Prepare all units for immediate standby. Before he added, under no circumstances must we allow the Red Hair Pirates to obtain those powers. We cannot afford to let them grow even more formidable than they already are, particularly Red Hair Shanks. Understood, sir, responded the interlocutor, voice imbued with a faint touch of apprehension. Meanwhile, in the depth of the forbidden forest. Demenit, those vulgar pirates. Didn't we strike a deal with that lord to ensure the hermit's survival at all costs? Furious curses erupted from the CP5 leader as he fumed. He was the only one who held knowledge about the guardian trees. The sight of the old man's lifeless body and the dense array of trees surrounding the house pushed him to the edge. The Marines had been briefed by the Vice Admiral Akagi about the incredible power of the legendary seeds, but their knowledge of the specific plants housing them remained woefully limited. How in the world are we supposed to locate them amidst this chaotic mess? He exclaimed in frustration. A CP5 agent, sensing the urgency, hesitantly asked, "Should we continue our random search, sir?" After a moment of contemplation, the partially masked man made a decision. "No, we must interrogate the basilisks. They may already know something from the raids. Cease the search immediately and regroup back in town." Along the nearest shore, on the northeastern side of Raduno town, Ben Beckman stood casually, his binoculars scanning the distant sea as he took a leisurely puff from his cigarette. However, his calm demeanor shattered in an instant as a sight unfolded before his eyes, triggering a surge of urgency that propelled him to grab his Den Mushi without delay. At the Red Hair Pirates' temporary hideout, concealed within the wooded areas. Hey, I know you're starving, but save some food for the rest of us, you glutton." Hongo chided the round man who voraciously devoured a large quantity of food on the table. The brown-haired pirate let out a sigh, a grin spreading across his face as he witnessed his friend's swift recovery. Suddenly, the central Den Mushi in the meeting tent blared loudly. "Arthsvaret, I'm coming." It was the first mate calling. "Hongo, gather Rue and the crew, and head back to the Red Force immediately. I just detected the massive Marines' military fleet arriving at the shore. They appear to be spreading out, surrounding the island at the moment." Beckman relayed the urgent message. "What? But the chief hasn't returned from the forest yet, and some of us are currently escorting the basilisk's captives to the town." Hongo replied, a mix of shock and concern apparent in his voice. "Dimn, I'll rush to the town now. In the meantime, you take charge of the others. Prepare the Red Force for immediate departure." Beckman commanded, a sense of utmost urgency lacing his words. "Roger." In the central area of Raduno town, Fugger approached the Lord, his voice filled with worries as he reported, "The Red Hair Pirates have brought the remaining basilisks, my lord. They continue to deny any involvements in the two boys' disappearance." "It is only natural for pirates to lie, Fugger. Do not believe anything they say. It will all be nonsense now that they have been captured," the Lord calmly reassured his advisor. "Let us await the investigation. I am certain they will be found soon enough." As he spoke, he directed his glance towards a group of suited individuals emerging from the forest. "There they are." Spandam hurriedly made his way to where the Lord was stationed, his impatience clouding his good judgments. "Those wretched pirates killed the old man. How could you let this happen, my lord? We have lost all leads to the location of the seeds. This is a breach of our agreement, and everything will be in vain unless we extract information from the basilisks, assuming they already acquired something useful." What did he just say? The former community leader, still reeling from the shocking revelation, struggled to process the words when the Red Hair crew, along with their captives, entered the vicinity, creating an even more heavily tense atmosphere. At the sight of the Marines' Metal Fong's snake, the severely injured captain widened his eyes. "Why are the CP5 Marine agents here?" He slowly averted his gaze to Lord Bogart, who was rigidly standing in a short distance away. His sharp, snake-like eyes assessed the unfolding situation, while leveling a frosty glare at the startled Lord's direction. "Is this all your arrangement, Bogart?" Without waiting for a reply, a burst of laughter erupted from the fallen pirate captain, surprising everyone present. "Ha, you've got me." Then, he turned his focus to the stunned Fugger, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Let me tell you, old geezer. We may be malevolent pirates with ferocious, serpent emblems, but that lord of yours is on a whole different level of cold-blooded snake, surpassing even us." With a hint of disdain, he revealed, "He was the one who informed us about Ashar and the Guardian seeds a month ago, right after the Red Hair Pirates had arrived, likely to exploit us as a distraction to prevent them from venturing into that forest," before he further supplied with a malicious sneer, "As for your grandsons, I bet they have fallen victims within that filth's conspiracy plans with the Marines, for their non-existent traces will be evident in that forest anyway." "Silence him." Lord Bogart sharply ordered, and a few marines swiftly brought sea stone HNs and ropes to seal all the captives' mouths. As no one had a chance to react to the twisting turn of events, a den mushy jingled urgently, capturing the undivided attention of the CP5 leader. "Vice Admiral, sir," he anxiously answered the call. "Have you found the Guardian seeds, Spandam?" inquired the calm, yet menacing voice on the other end. "Well, we are facing a rather complicated situation here, sir. The caretaker who knew the location of the seeds was killed in the forest, making it challenging to identify them among the abundant tree species. However, we have the basilisk pirates in custody and plan to interrogate them further." Spandam explained, his tone obviously nervous. "And what about Red-Hair Shanks? Have you seen him in sight?" asked Vice Admiral Akaji's baritone voice. Spandam curiously scanned the area. "No, sir, I don't see him anywhere. Only a few of his crews are present around here." A haunting tranquility cloaked the surroundings, foretelling an imminent tempest as the deep voice commanded, "Evacuate immediately. You have only 30 minutes. Spandam paled instantly, his voice trembling. Sir? This is a direct order from Admiral Akainu. If we cannot secure the Guardian seeds, we will unleash absolute justice and annihilate them before Red-Hair Shanks has a chance to claim them," the voice declared. Spandam's complexion grew even paler with each passing moment. "Absolute justice means," he stammered, his palms damp with sweat. "Buster Call is on the way." The eerily calm, yet menacing scene unfolded amidst the perilous waters of New World, as 10 giant military marine fleet were gradually encircling the oblivious island from 4 directions, one's on the northeastern side commanded by Vice Admiral Mamanga, the northwestern side by Vice Admiral Anakumo, the southeastern side by Admiral John Giant, and the southwestern side by Vice Admiral Yamakaji. Their mirrored, composed demeanors conveyed a deep sense of resolve to their cause as they prepared for the impending assaults. On the front deck of the gigantic marine ship, lurking at the central entrance to the main island's port, stood Masaru Akaji, the appointed general commander of this specific operation. The Vice Admiral and seasoned swordsman quietly observed the island through a pair of binoculars, then he sighed, "It's such a shame that we have to resort to this against a newly established country." He murmured to himself, as he raised his hand to give a signal to the waiting, lined-up marines behind, "Sorry, my lord, for your dreams are soon to be shattered by our hands," before he gave an order. "Fire! All CP5 and marine officers retreat to the ships right away," shouted Spandam as he moved to rush back to the shore, his frenzied heart pounding in the face of an upcoming disaster. Cursing under his breath, the cunning marine was unable to comprehend the unforeseen twist of events. "How did everything spiral out of control so quickly?" he muttered in exasperation. As a group of marine officers hurried, Lord Bogart stood in their path, a curious expression on his face. "What's with the sudden rush, Spandam? And why are you abandoning our operation?" the Lord questioned, his voice tinged with alarming suspicion. The CP5 leader, barely containing his anxiety, responded urgently, "There's no time to explain. You need to evacuate to the ship immediately, Lord Bogart. Your life is all that's left to salvage at this point." Before the former king could comprehend the dire emergency they were in, a deafening explosion echoed from within the forbidden forest, reverberating throughout the entire island. The sight of searing fires and billowing smoke filled the air, a horrifying display of destruction. "What on earth is happening?" someone exclaimed in shock. "It's a firebomb," another shouted. "Is this the pirates' terrorist attack?" The sudden and shocking attack on the once peaceful island ignited a wave of panic and fear. The people of Raduno town and the surrounding residents scattered in all directions, desperately seeking safety. Amidst the chaos, a booming announcement blared from the Marines' towering ship at the shorefront, its words striking fear into the hearts of the targeted island dwellers. "Attentions! Red-Hair pirates and citizens of Renacida. The Marines have currently secured control of this island due to its possession of certain items that may jeopardize the future of world government's authority. Consequently, we have deemed it imperative to eliminate all those potential threats in order to ensure continued stability and harmony under our long-standing jurisdiction. A momentary pause followed, allowing the weight of the announcement to sink in, before the voice continued, "All citizens, evacuate at once to our provided refuge ship awaiting at the eastern port. It will depart in 20 minutes sharp from now. This is your only chance of cooperation and escape." As the dreadful message settled, the clamorous sound of marine sirens swept across the island like a beast's howls, consuming all its panicking residents. People screamed, crying out in fear and helplessness. The chaotic scene unfolded, with terrified citizens scrambling to reach the eastern shore and find safety. "Oh no! The chief and the doctor are still out there in that forest," Yasopp exclaimed, his voice filled with shock, confusion, and relentlessness. The same sense of disbelief and concern spread among accompanying Red Hair crew members. The events had unraveled so quickly that they were struggling to piece together what had just transpired. Only a few moments ago, in the depth of the forbidden forest, concealed within the thick bushes by the far cliffside, the two figures exchanged hushed voices. "Has everyone left the house area?" inquired the first voice, cautious and low. "I think so. I don't sense anyone around the premises right now." "It seems they couldn't find what they wanted and quickly gave up their search," responded the second voice, also speaking in a subdued tone. "I believe it's safe for us to return, Doctor." With that assurance, a blue film materialized, enveloping both figures. They reappeared once again around the house of the deceased old man. Law wasted no time, briskly opening the notebook in his hand to continue reading the shocking and valuable information regarding the mystical seeds. This time, uninterrupted by the invading Marines, they could delve deeper into the secrets hidden within the findings. The dark-haired surgeon hurriedly scanned the following pages. "Here's more about them." They look like his personal notes dated from different timelines. His eyes then fixated on the smooth handwritten scripts penned by Ashar the Hermit, whose experiences added an extra layer of significance on each paragraph as he read on. In the history of guardian seeds, however, despite their role as protectors of life on Earth, they have over times teetered on the brink of extinction. These seeds have long been entangled in power struggles between leaders of nations, Marines, and pirates. Rarely have they remained in the hands of common, vulnerable citizens for long before becoming the sought-after prizes of the powerful, be they individuals or organizations. It seemed, regrettably, that they had always been used to further widening the gap between those in power and those without. I myself was forced to flee my homeland, devastated by civil wars. Struggling through the harsh New World seas alone, I carried with me the last remaining seeds cultivated by our lands and ancestors, of which everything were all wiped out in an instant by the overwhelming power of a Logia-type devil fruit user, merely one of the war participants in the horrifying battlefield. Upon arriving in this new land, I have embraced the true original purpose of the guardian seeds, to indiscriminately protect the innocents, whether they be people or animals, for if we cease to continue this struggle, the seeds would eventually be extinguished, along with the hopes for us, insignificant small people, who only wanted to find peace and lived on in this merciless, power-dominant world. The wild beasts that roamed this forest were once ordinary black tigers. As time passed by, nonetheless, they have become stronger and more feral after consuming some of the guardian fruits falling from the trees during my past harvesting seasons. Although they have grown accustomed to my presence, I am truly grateful that they have embraced the seed's powers within their rightful territory. It is my hope that they will be protected and thrive, for they too have a place in our shared natural world. They are entitled to live just as we all are. Hence, I will designate them as Ceberos, for the name will strike fear into the hearts of future immigrants and discourage any attempts to invade their habitats. All my efforts in cultivating and multiplying these guardian seeds are about to bear fruits. In the coming months, during the third harvest, there will be an abundance of seeds to sustain the growing population of this island. Fugger, my friend, we shall celebrate together with all of them, raising our glasses high in a toast to the bright future of our beloved land. The young brunette paused briefly, his gaze focused on the more recent pages of the notebook. This next part was written quite recently. The ink appears fresh, and the handwritings seem more scribbled, he remarked before continuing. I may not have much time left. With the corrupted ruler and vicious pirates occupying our lands, it seems that history is doomed to repeat itself. The same patterns play out again and again. Are we, the people, never allowed to ever live freely on any soils within this vast world? By the time someone finds this notebook, it will mean that I am no longer among the livings. My dear friend, Fugger, if it comes to pass, let us accept our fates. We have done our best. Let the hands of destiny determine who shall inherit the guardian seeds. May you and our people be protected and carry on the legacy for generations to come. Then, written in the very last page of the notebook, disclosed the final messages. Amidst the expansive array of plant species, approximately 300 meters northwest of the house, you will find the hidden treasures of the guardian fruit trees. Their plain green, pear-like fruits may appear unremarkable at first glance, but do not be deceived. Enclosed in their unassuming exterior reside the precious seeds of a mesmerizing turquoise hue, capable of safeguarding us, the ordinary beings, from the dangers of this world. Embrace their simplicity and search for them diligently, for within these unearthed valuables lies the key to protecting the myriad lives that inhabit our cherished world. Charmed. As the lean, tattooed man finished reading, his gaze shifted to the horizon. It looks like we should start moving now, he said with impassive voice, yet holding suppressed undercurrent of emotion while he pointed towards a specific direction. But in an instant that the red-haired captain was about to utter a word. Boom! The thunderous sound of explosive cannon fire penetrated across the sky, shaking the very foundation of the forest as the deafening blast echoed through the nearby trees, instantly sending shockwaves striking through both the scrambling men's bodies. Bogart Whitestone stumbled along the main street of Raduno town, his senses overwhelmed by the chaos that engulfed the town. The cries of the townspeople, the desperate pleas for safety, and the clamor of their hurried footsteps filled the air. In the midst of the pandemonium, the Lord struggled to digest the sudden catastrophe that had befallen his country. Memories of his past desolation resurfaced, reminding him of the torment of losing his majestic Flevance, and his lifelong prestigious status to seek impromptu refuge. The dream of rebuilding a glorious kingdom and reclaiming his position as its king had seemed within reach, only to be mercilessly crashed before his eyes. Why are they attacking my country once again? He wondered silently, his gaze vacant and lost. Then in the periphery of his vision, he noticed a familiar figure approaching. It was Fugger, his loyal advisor. The old man's face bore the weight of profound misery. His voice trembled as he questioned, "Whymy, Lord?" Bogart sighed heavily. Fugger. Things might get out of hands now, and I apologize for the hermit's death. It was never my intention. But then, my faithful advisor, what good would the commoners have done with the guardian seeds? We could have sold them for an immense fortune, further bringing prosperity to our country. You don't fully comprehend their powers, and in the hands of the Marines, they would have greatly augmented their military might. That's why they were willing to pay $1 billion belly. Don't you see the opportunity? Fugger's eyes widened, but Ashar dedicated his entire life to cultivate them for the benefits of common people. And what about Ethan and Lucas? Where are they? Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. It was Farland who was rushing towards him, his face etched with urgency and concern. He took hold of the advisor's hand and implored him to hasten their steps. "Father, what are you doing? We must hurry to the port now. The refuge ship is filling up rapidly. We need to secure our places before it's too late." With that, the elderly man was forcefully swept into the swiftly moving throng, burdened by a heavy heart brimming with unanswered questions directed towards the solitary standing figure of the Lord. "Where's the chief? We need to get back to the Red Force as soon as possible." Ben Beckman's voice boomed through the hectic main street of Raduno town as he frantically searched for the remaining crew members, all racing towards the forbidden forest. We were headed towards the forest. The chief and the doctor might be in danger from that explosion. Lime Juice shouted in response, his voice strained with worries. There they are! Yasopp excitedly exclaimed with relief as he spotted the familiar figures emerging from the thick forest trail. Thank goodness, they appear to be unharmed. Ben, give me a status update, ordered Red-Hair Shanks as he speedily coming closer to his crew, his steady voice hinting at a foreboding disaster, with the accompanying brunette closing in several steps behind. The full-scale marine fleet has just arrived and scattered around the island. It seems they will stop at nothing to prevent us from obtaining the Guardian Seeds, Ben reported, tossing his cigar aside. That cannon fire was likely just an initial attack to drive anyone out of the forest. They're preparing for more, and I believe it's the Buster Call coming up next in any minute. That's insane. The other crew members couldn't take in the extreme measures the Marines were willing to take, endangering an entire island and its guiltless inhabitants. I've already contacted Hongo to evacuate Rue and everyone to the Red Force. They should be on their way here soon. Ben additionally supplied. The scar-faced captain fell silent, his gaze sweeping across the widespread sufferings that filled the once peaceful community. The transformation was staggering, leaving only a sense of helplessness and loss everywhere in an incredibly short PRD of time. A vial of darkness shrouded the captain's normally casual expression, an intensity rarely seen even by his own crewmates. A chilling aura enveloped him, reflecting the smoldering fury building inside. Head to the main port now. Then, with lightning speed, the infamous redhead sprinted towards a direction of the lurking marine fleet, with his crew following suit in no time. Boom! Amidst the resounding explosions that started reverberating randomly across the island, the young doctor felt a wave of disorientation crashing down on him as the red-hair crew swiftly vanished from his sight. It seemed that crisis after crisis had manifested before his eyes, each more unexpected than the last. The initial combustion had forced him and Red-Hair to quickly teleport back to the forest entrance, narrowly escaping the danger. And now, he stood in the middle of the chaos once more. Seeing people desperately scrambling to save themselves and their families from the Marines, the very ones who were meant to provide protections, not mass destructions upon innocent lives. It's like Flevance all over again. A haunting whisper escaped his lips as memories of the similar horrific scenes from his hometown flooded his mind. The flashbacks paralyzed him to the spot, the anguish and disbelief echoing through his being. Why must I witness this the second time? For a fleeting moment, the PRD suspended, as the surgeon's gaze landed on a distant towering figure hurriedly making way from the town, guarded by a few Marine officers. He was automatically drawn toward the departing group. This way, Lord Bogart, a Marine officer dutifully urged, the CP-5 Marine ship at the southern port will be leaving shortly. We have already arranged for someone to bring your family from the castle. But time is running out, so please move fast. All of a sudden, the lean, dark-haired man appeared before them, preventing their advance with the pointed nodachi, accompanied by the smooth, icy voice. And where do you think you're going, abandoning your people at the first chance you've got again, you scum majesty? Red-Hair Shanks is now appearing at the port, closely followed by Ben Beckman, Lime Juice, Bonk Punch, and Yasopp. They're coming at us, sir, exclaimed a Marine from the deck, peering through his binoculars. Very well, all Marines prepare for battles, ordered the General Commander, Vice Admiral Akagi, as he pressed the golden Denden Mushies button in his hand, transmitting the wireless signal to its receiving silver counterpart. Begin the firing now. The fateful messages were promptly relayed to the other four awaiting Vice Admirals in charge, and the full force of the Buster Call was unleashed. Explosions erupted from all directions as cannon fire rained down upon the island's castle, engulfing the once majestic capital city in flames and chaos. Red-Hair Shanks, with his unparalleled speed, swiftly flew from the shore towards the Marine fleet, his saber, Griffin, unsheathed readily to face any adversaries in his path. The aura of Conqueror's haki emanating from the captain instantaneously caused some Marines on the ships to collapse unconscious. Clang! The clash of two swords resounded across the vicinity, creating ripples of impact in the air. Vice Admiral Akagi stood his ground, meeting Shanks' intimidating strikes with steadfast concentration. The Marines watched in dread as the two powerhouses engaged in a fierce struggle, their swords colliding with tremendous force. "What are you doing, bombarding the cities while people are still evacuating? Have you no shame as Marines?" shouted Red Hair Captain, his voice filled with righteous anger. His piercing gaze locked with the Vice Admirals, their hockey-infused blades entangled in a titanic clash. Each strike threatened to overwhelm the so-called defender of justice. Despite his valiant efforts, Masaru Akagi found himself being pushed back by the one-armed man's relentless assault. The red-haired captain's skill and hockey mastery proved to be indomitable. Undoubtedly, this guy must not acquire the power of the Guardian Seeds. Even without it, he has already reached the strength level that almost surpasses our ability to oppose him. With a final, powerful swing, Shanks landed a devastating blow, sending the Vice Admiral crashing to the ground. The Marines gasped in disbelief, witnessing their esteemed leader falling. Blood stained the deck as Akagi struggled to rise, his body battered and bruised. The pirate captain stood tall, his conquering aura radiating around him. While staring down at the fallen Vice Admiral, "The tide of this battle has turned. Withdraw your forces and leave this island." Struggling to find his breath, blood staining his clothes, the Vice Admiral steadied himself, his mind drifting back to the strategic briefings he had with the highest-ranking commander in his working quarter just a few weeks ago. In the grand oval room, a statuesque figure stood by the window of the Marines' headquarters, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea. In a placid tone, he began to articulate. Red Hair Shanks is a unique pirate. Despite his prodigious skills and ties to Roger's crew, he has chosen to keep a relatively low profile, rarely causing any chaos along his pirate ventures. He paused for a moment before continuing. We have discovered that a few years ago he lost his dominant right arm while saving a young boy from the Sea King attack in a small village in the East Blue. The tall, muscular man then turned around with a calm countenance, his long braided goatee swaying gently. "Can you believe that such a powerful man would make such a sacrifice?" Vice Admiral Akagi shifted uneasily upon hearing a surprising revelation. His superior glanced at him. Evidently, he has shown a consistent concern for the well-being of ordinary citizens, no matter where he goes. "And that is exactly how we will exploit it in this operation, Akagi." Fleet Admiral Sengoku slowly approached him, his presence commanding respect. "I have chosen you specifically to lead this mission because of your skill as a swordsman with your high-level hockey infused in your fighting style. When confronting Red Hair Shanks, any devil fruit powers will be nullified by his exceptional hockey power, followed by his instant finishing blows. Yet, as an experienced swordsman yourself, you have the potentials to match him in combat for a critical short PRD." Sengoku's expression grew more serious as he continued, "Our mission is not to engage in an all-out fight with the Red Hair Pirates. We only have to ensure that the Guardian Seed's powers do not fall within their grasps." Then, he placed a firm hand on Akagi's shoulder, his gaze intense while giving an order, "Provoke him and survive his initial attacks. And that's when you strike." The Vice Admiral looked up with a tinge of confusion evident on his face. "Sir?" he questioned, seeking clarification. "Got a deal," finished the Fleet Admiral. Gasping for another breath, Akagi struggled to regain his composure as he faced the daunting Red Hair Captain. The chaos of the Buster Call surrounded them, the island on the brink of destruction. With each word, the Vice Admiral fought through the pain and mustered his resolve. This ultimate attack, Red Hair, once initiated, is an unstoppable force. It already surpassed my individual control. However, he paused, his voice strained. "Let us establish a truce for now, recognizing the stalemate between our sides. Neither of us can obtain the Guardian Seeds. That is the reality we face." Red Hair Shanks narrowed his penetrating stares. "What kind of nonsense is this? How can you call leaving an entire island in ruins a stalemate?" Akagi took a deep breath, his eyes locked with his opponent's. "The Buster Call is necessary to eradicate any traces of the Guardian Seeds, preventing you or any other pirates from searching for them in the future. But if you accept this and leave it be, we, the Marines, will guarantee the safety of every single citizen of this island on our refuge ship. What do you say to that, red hair? Despite the pain coursing through his body, Akagi stood tall, his voice steady. Furthermore, even if you were to kill me right here, how would you stop the other vice admirals and their fleets scattering around the island? Instead of focusing on the inevitable doom of this island, let us prioritize the lives of its people. The abrupt, penetrating gaze of the red-hair captain shook Akagi to his core, its scrutiny momentarily causing the vice admiral to stumble back and speechless. Do not dare speak of prioritizing lives when it was you who initiated this devastation. Shanks's voice resonated with furious, radiating aura that seemed to suffocate the air around them. Then, the scarred-faced captain's gaze swept across the shore, taking in the stranded island citizens who had barely eluded the demolitions ravaging their towns. Their panics and desperations were tangible as they found themselves trapped with nowhere else to go, unable to reach the refuge ship at the eastern port within the limited time frame. The sight tugged at his heart, a pang of deep empathy coursing through him for the innocent people, whose lives had been turned upside down, losing everything dear and familiar in a matter of hours. He exchanged a knowing glance with his first mate, Beckman, who also had a Marine firmly held at gunpoint. Their unspoken agreement hovering in the air, a shared understanding of their next course of action. With a long, heavy sigh, the captain addressed the vice admiral sternly, "Ensure that you uphold every single promise you made, or I won't show any restraint this time." He resheathed his saber, signaling the end of their clash, before he made an announcement. "We will cease our fight with the Marines and allow them to timely rescue all the people aboard the refuge ship. In the meantime, prepare the Red Force to set sail." "Roger, Chief." "There she is. What an impeccable timing." Yasop's voice rang out with elation, a wide grin spreading across his face as he pointed towards their cherished vessel. In a burst of excitement, he leaped high and landed gracefully on its deck, followed by the rest of the red hair crew. As they stood together, their eyes were drawn to the unfolding demise of Renacida Island. Cannon fires rained down randomly from all directions, leaving behind only a trail of ruins and wreckages. Shanks' expression grew somber as he took in, for the first time, the horrific sight of the true Buster Call. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, Lime Juice approached the red-haired captain with a troubled expression on his face. He hesitated for a moment before voicing his concern. "Chief, I don't see Dr. Law anywhere. It seems he didn't accompany us from Raduno town." Shanks' eyes widened with alarm as his gaze followed Limejuice's indication towards the direction of the town. Explosive fires and billowing smoke filled the sky, serving as stark evidence of complete annihilation in their wake. The realization hit him hard. Where is he? A short moment earlier at Raduno town. "Who are you? Get out of the way. Shouldn't you be evacuating too?" One of the Marines shouted, his pistol pointed towards the man wielding the long sword who appeared out of nowhere. The said man remained eerily calm amidst the turmoils and blasting sounds, his steady gaze unsettling the Marines before him. Boom! 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 In that moment, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the heart of the capital city, further amplifying the sense of crisis. Lord Bogart's eyes dilated in horror as he witnessed the gruesome sight of his once prideful castle becoming the striking target. In an instant, the magnificent structure he had invested so much fortunes and efforts into was devastatingly obliterated, engulfed in soaring, massive flames. Thoughts of his family's safety consumed his mind, their fates still unknown. "No. Not my family and the castle." The Lord's voice trembled with powerlessness as he grappled with the magnitude of the catastrophe unfolding right before his eyes. "Oh, so even you can feel despair for your own loss, huh?" the raven-haired man observed, his head slightly tilted as he looked upon the Lord's anguished state. "What a pitiful sight," Law thought, his expression reflecting a mixture of emptiness and disgust. For a brief moment, He raised Kikoku, contemplating putting an end to this despicable man's life once and for all. But then an image of someone flashed through his mind, causing him to pause his movement midair. "Let me ask you something, Straw Hat ya." He leaned against the railing on Bartolomeo's ship, his gaze fixed on the course set towards the mysterious Zoe, while taking a moment to check up on his recently healed, reattached arm. It was after a boisterous party that had finally quieted down late into the night. The crew members, a mix of drunken revelry and exhaustion, sprawled across the main deck. Straw Hat Luffy, however, sat beside him, his swollen belly contentedly full. "What is it?" the boy casually asked. "If you were to confront Admiral Akainu in the near future, what would you do?" "Fight him, of course." "Why did you even ask such an obvious question, Tereo?" The straw-hatted teen's response came at once. "Do you want to kill him then, I mean if you can?" Law pressed on. The younger captain paused, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, a signature grin spread across his face as he answered, "Nope." Law raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the boy's unexpected response. "Why not? He is the one who killed your brother." "There were times when I wanted him to suffer too, especially when even mentioning his name still stung with pain here." Luffy pointed at the cross scars on his chest, his expression momentarily darkening. Then, with lightened-up confidence, he continued, "But I'd never want to be the one who decides his death." "What do you mean, Straw Hat ya?" Law couldn't help probing further. Luffy struggled to find the right words to convey his thoughts. It's like this that I hate what that admiral did to Ace, passing judgment and then sentencing him to death like that. Ace was a person too. It's all wrong, so I don't want to do the same thing he did." After a moment pause, Law began to understand the underlying meaning behind Straw Hat's words. He had asked the question because he had been unsettled by the younger brunette's ability to defeat Doflamingo, Law's nemesis, but not killing him in the end. Despite the countless atrocities the Straw Hat captain had witnessed the warlord perpetrate against the former king and the oppressed people of Dressrosa over the course of a decade. And in Law's shoes, he would have taken every opportunity to end that loathsome warlord's life. And yet, Monkey D. Luffy seemed to see even the most abhorrent individuals on Earth as human beings. Beating the living daylights out of him would be satisfying, though, Luffy added with a wider grin, "but killing him outright would just make me no different from him, I think." And as his younger ally took a long, contemplative look into the gloomy darkness of the sea, he quietly spoke, "Besides, it no longer matters, the dead wouldn't have returned anyway." Law slowly lowered his nodachi. But in that instant, his vision suddenly caught sight of a collared, mid-sized white dog leaping out of a nearby house gate. Abandoned and terrified, the creature was trapped amidst the thunderous sounds and chaos. "Hey, we've warned you. Move out of the way, young man." The Marine threatened, his voice increasingly nervous by a minute. The doctor's mind swiftly devised a plan. With a flick of his fingers and a surge of his devil fruit power, he plunged Kikoku forward to the target's directions, drawing out the heart-shaped souls from their bodies and briskly executed a precise shambles, swapping the personalities of the Lord and the running dog. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the switch occurred unnoticed by anyone. The Marine's confusion was evident as Law apologized. "My mistake." With a step to the side, he allowed them to continue running. "Quickly, Lord Bogart, we must make our way to the port. The buster call is in full force." The urgency in their voices propelled the clueless Lord forward. The surgeon side-glanced at the hurried bunch. At least one more innocent life would be saved. Then, his gaze shifted towards the bewildered dog before him. Crouching down, meeting its eyes, he calmly spoke, "Now you'll understand what it's like to scramble for survival, to feel helpless and alone. Though your cunning mind might help you survive somehow, I'm not sure if that's better for you than death. But from now on, no country shall face its demise at your hands ever again, Your Majesty." Rising to his feet, then he bellowed, "Now go!" The sudden command startled the Lord-turned dog, prompting it to scamper away from his presence. Trafalgar turned to survey the scene. the haunting echoes of destruction resonated throughout the country, leaving Raduno town susceptible to bombardment at any moment. With a deep breath, he reached into his pocket, feeling the presence of the notebook nestled within. For if we ceased to continue this struggle, the seeds would eventually be extinguished, along with the hopes for us all. Are we, the people, never allowed to ever live freely on any soils within this vast world? He clenched his fist. What am I doing, risking myself in this foreign land and unfamiliar era? And yet, within that split-second decision, the young doctor sprinted towards the direction of the forbidden forest, summoning forth the largest room he could muster. Father, look, the refuge ship is coming. We might actually make it. Farland's voice rang out with excitement, his gaze fixed on the distant ship. The collective sense of relief filled the air, mingling with the sounds of hopeful chatter from the waiting crowd. Amidst the enthusiasm, however, the former leader of Raduno town stood still, his eyes fixated on the relentless barrage of firebombs raining down upon his beloved town, now engulfed in an inferno of destruction. Each explosion felt like a stab to his heart, a painful reminder of all that was being lost. The old man's mind became a kaleidoscope of memories. He saw the social club tavern, the very heart of the community, where friendships were forged over countless drinks and lively conversations. He remembered the joyous moments of his grandson's births, celebrated by the gathered neighbors and townsfolk, who had become an extended family. With every explosion that struck the town, the losses grew more profound. It was not just the physical structures that were being devoured by the flames, but the intangible essence of a thriving community. The bonds of camaraderie, the shared experiences, and the dreams of a brighter future were all being torn apart. His eyes empty and brimming with desolation. The most tormenting notion of all was his own helplessness to rescue anything their country, Ashar's life and decades of his cultivation embodied within each guardian seed all reduced to ashes. Tears streamed down his furrowed face as he whispered, his voice choked with excruciating pain, "I'm sorry. My friend, I'm so sorry." As the surgeon of death materialized within the forbidden forest one more time, the earth-shattering blasts echoed not so far off, coming from Raduno town itself, reminding him of the imminent danger he had barely escaped by a matter of minutes. "This is worse than I anticipated," he muttered with unease, urgency etched on his face. Time was of the utmost importance. If he wanted even the slightest chance of discovering the guardian seeds, he needed to reach the hermit's house fast. Quickly surveying the area, he assessed his surroundings before initiating another teleportation. With a swift movement, the brunette landed near the house once again. However, just as he appeared, another firebomb struck dangerously close to him, unleashing a devastating shockwave and igniting a cluster of fires and debris. The force of the explosion immediately sent him sprawling to the ground. Pushing through the pain to regain his footing, the lean man's gaze hurriedly scanning the vicinity. The forest had already begun to catch fire, and the flames threatened to spread rapidly. Surrounded by the encroaching heat, Law felt the weight of the increasingly dire situation. How could he possibly pinpoint the location of the elusive guardian trees amid this engulfing inferno? As soon as another bomb detonated nearby, worsening the situation, it dawned on him that not only were the seeds seemingly out of reach, but he also found his own life dangled by a thread by now. Again, why am I even doing this? He found himself seriously wondering. Instantaneously, however, a sudden vision raced through his thoughts, the 3 Cibaros cubs he had encountered during his previous visit in the forest. "Scan," he promptly commanded himself, his hockey-enhanced perception honing in on any signs of movement. He needed to give the cubs, resilient creatures like himself, a fighting chance at survival no matter how slim. Memories of his savior echoed in his mind, like what I was once given from Khorasan. With concentrated effort, he finally spotted the moving figures in the distance. They must have instinctively fled from the explosive sounds, seeking refuge in a relatively safe zone still not yet reached by the spreading fire. The brunette wasted no time in teleporting himself towards the small creatures. As he reached the spot, Law found the cub trio running around in a state of helplessness and fear, their tiny frames dwarfed by the thunderous sounds and scorching flames gradually enveloping the three closer by every passing minute. A sense of sudden relief washed over the doctor as he gently gathered them with his extended hands. The cubs were indeed resilient, just as he had told them earlier. Astoundingly, however, a moment of awe struck him as his eyes instantly fell upon a lone tree, the unmistakable, green pear-shaped fruit tree in only a few paces away, still miraculously standing amidst the ongoing devastation. Their plain green, pear-like fruits may appear unremarkable at first glance, but do not be deceived. Guardian fruits, he uttered, stunned by the jaw-dropping coincidence. Glancing down at the oblivious cubs, "You guys are amazing," he incredulously whispered. However, his elation was short-lived as he instinctively accessed their situations. The encroaching extensive flames had now sealed off all possible escape routes. His initial plan to search for the seeds and teleport to the nearest shore had become impossible by now. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. After ensuring the safety of the lives he had finally found, they had exhausted all other options. His gaze then settled upon the high cliff, the earlier vantage point with the red hair captain. It offered a temporary sanctuary from the impending doom of the forest engulfed in flames. That might be the only fleeing path from here, but also another dead end, facing the ocean on the other side. Law anxiously murmured to himself. With a sweeping gesture, the tattooed man created an expansive room encompassing the peak of the cliff. Cutting the trunk of the last guardian tree, he secured the innocent black cubs in his embrace, ready for the final attempt to teleport away from the inevitable demise rapidly coming their way. As the raging fires began to encompass them, "Brace yourselves," the dark-haired surgeon summoned every ounce of his strength and executed the last of his salvation, vanishing from the forest in a flash, carrying with him the weights of his newfound companions and their uncertain fates altogether. "Hold on a second, don't overexert yourself. You've just recovered," exclaimed Hongo as he emerged from the infirmary, hurrying to catch up with his friend who continued walking towards the main deck. "Hey, Rue, how are you holding up, buddy?" Bonk Punch, another executive of the Red Hair Pirates, greeted with concern upon seeing his rotund comrade. "Chief, where is the doctor who saved me? I heard he was left behind in the ruins. Is that true?" Lucky's voice grew restless as he briefly learned of the perilous situation they all faced and barely escaped. The triple scarred-faced captain, who had been standing rigidly still, his gaze scrutinized on the assaulted island before them, responded in a grave tone, "No, we would never abandon our savior, Rue." The redhead's words carried a firm resolve, but deep within, his mind churned with growing anxiety. As he took in the devastated state of the island and the impending doom brought by the Buster Call, his worries multiplied. If they couldn't timely locate the doctor within a short span that remained for this island's survival, no lives would be spared when it succumbed to the complete destruction. He concentrated with all his might, utilizing his observation hockey to scan for any traces of the missing doctor, despite seemingly an impossible feat amidst the relentless onslaught of the bomb strikes. As unrivaled as his hockey prowess was, he could perceive nothing beyond the powerful raining fires. "Doctor, don't let it end like this, not when we've only just met you," the red hair captain pleaded silently and repetitively within his mind, while directing his scans to cover the far-reaching areas of Raduno Town and the Forbidden Forest, all presently being ravaged by blazing fires. "No, if Doc was still there, he wouldn't have made it at this point," muttered Yassop with growing distress. The rest of the crew members scattered to join in the vigorous search, straining their senses to the limits, looking for any signs or hints that could lead them to the missing surgeon. Until one pivotal moment, as if time itself had frozen, Shanks suddenly detected a faint surge of power emanating from somewhere within the enormously fiery forest. His keen senses caught a fleeting glimpse of a shimmering blue dome encircling one specific area. Disappearing as quickly as it had appeared, it was a sight imperceptible to even the best-trained eyes, yet the watchful captain's sharp attention did not let it slip away. He would recognize that power anywhere. And the single-armed man roared without wasting another second. redirect the ship, and head towards that far cliff right away. Standing on the precipice of the high terrain, the dark-haired man gazed out over the endless expanse of the ocean, his heart heavy with the pressure of their seemingly insurmountable situation. If there was a marine ship passing by, it might even offer us the slimmest chance of survival, but still, Law murmured, his voice tinged with resignation. He cast a downward glance at the Cebero's cubs in his arms and the severed trunk of the guardian tree lying nearby, a sense of defeat pouring over him. I'm sorry, guys, despite all our efforts, it looks like this is as far as we can go. Behind him, the inferno that had engulfed the forbidden forest below raged on, its searing heat intensifying every ticking second. The whimpers of the cubs rang through the air, a creeping reminder of the peril they faced. If we remain here, may meet our ends simply from this scorching heat alone. In a last-ditch attempt, he scanned the vast, empty ocean once again, hoping against hope for a miracle. And then, as if on cue, at that instant he saw it in his peripheral vision. A ship bearing the unmistakable flag of the Red Hair Pirates appeared from the other side of the cliff, approaching them at the breakneck speed. "Doctor! Over here quick! We've come to get you!" a loud voice called out from the deck of the ship. The sight was surreal, and Law could hardly believe his eyes. A chance for rescue, a chance to survive, had unexpectedly presented itself. Big barrels were gathered up on the deck, easily visible and readily to be used for his power. Overwhelmed by this unexpected refuge, Law's fatigue and injuries faded into the backgrounds. Without hesitation, he mustered the last remnants of his stamina yet again to conjured up a huge room, encompassing the far-flung vessel, swiftly transporting himself and all the lives he had salvaged from certain deaths into the welcoming embrace of the Red Hair crew. As they all landed on the safety blanket of the Red Force, the lean doctor instantly crumbled to the floor, completely spent from the ordeal. The world around him began to blur, and his vision gradually faded into darkness. The New World sky darkened as the first drops of rain fell on the isolated island of Renacida. Thunder occasionally roared, as if the earth itself was lamenting, quenching the raging flames that once devoured its beauty. No lives were present as the island now lay in ruins, covered in blackened scars and debris. There was only a serene silence in the air, broken only by the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. "Sir, the objective of the buster call has been accomplished. The other fleets have signaled their subsequent retreat to headquarters shortly." Vice Admiral Akagi, nursing his injuries and catching his breath, inquired, "What of the Red Hair Pirates? I ordered you to keep a close watch on them." The officer responded, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "We temporarily lost sight of them as they made a detour to the other side of the port. However, we've also dispatched orders to the other fleets to locate them and report back immediately, sir." Akagi nodded. "Good. Even if there's nothing left for them to retrieve from this incinerated island, we must maintain surveillance until the operation is truly complete." Before he turned his attention to the final matter. "And the status of the refuge ship?" he inquired. "All of the refugees have been gathered on board. It is also ready to set sail in a moment, sir." The officer replied. Just then, another Marine officer approached, bringing news of the Red Hair Force. "Sir, we've just spotted them in the northeast, at 2 o'clock. No suspicious activity has been detected from our observation point." Akagi let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the day weighing upon him. Making a decisive judgment, he declared, "Our mission is now complete. Prepare for immediate retreat before the impending storm hits us with its full force." In the middle of the aftermath chaos, the New World monsoon began to brew, with dark clouds gathering ominously in the sky. The Red Hair crew hurried to secure their ship, the Red Force, against the impending tempest. "Everyone, batten down the hatches. We need to make sure everything is tightly secured," shouted Ben Beckman. "Aye, aye, sir." The crew responded, rushing to follow his orders. Shanks stood at the helm, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of danger. "Yasup Hungo, check the sails. We need to reef them properly." "Roger, Chief." The duo replied in unison, quickly climbing the rigging to adjust the sails. Meanwhile, Building Snake, the ship's navigator, worked frantically at his navigation table, calculating the best course to steer the ship away from the storm's path. "We need to veer north, Captain. It's the safest route to avoid the worst of it," he called out, his hands moving swiftly across the charts. The one-armed captain nodded, his gaze never leaving the darkening skies. "Do it, Snake. Let's get out of here before it hits." As the storm drew nearer, the winds began to howl, and the waves grew more turbulent. The crew struggled to maintain their footing on the deck as the ship rocked violently. Rain lashed against their faces, making it difficult to see. "Steady, everyone. Hold on tight," shouted the redhead over the roar of the massive whirlwind. Approximately 1 kilometer away from the Red Force, another ship also battled against the unforgiving New World tremendous squall. It sailed at an agonizingly slow speed, left far behind from its accompanying fleet. The captain had been anxious about the ship's situation since its embarkment. Overloaded with a mass of people exceeding its capacity, the last-minute order to gather up all refugees from every Renacida Island's shore had pushed the vessel beyond its limits, making it exceptionally unstable during the heavy storm surge. Surrounded by the screams and desperate cries of its passengers, which almost rivaled the thunderous sounds of the hurricane itself, the refuge ship was mercilessly tossed and turned by the turbulent seas, pushing it closer to its breaking point. With no chance of assistance from any marine fleet to come in time, the ship finally fell prey to the unyielding ferocious deluge, sinking gradually and tragically into the abyss, taking with it yet again the little flicker of hopes and dreams of the innocent lives on board. Only when the next morning arrived with the clear, blue peaceful sky did the Red Force find itself slowly sailing through the vast, calm seas. As some of the crew members went about their morning routines, they noticed something unusual drifting and scattering on the water's surface. "What are all those things floating about?" questioned one of the curious crew members, peering over the ship's railing. "It's people. How strange. Why are they all hovering on the sea like that?" another exclaimed. "Wait, isn't that Farlan over there?" someone else surprisingly pointed out. Without a moment's hesitation, the crew sprang into action, maneuvering the ship closer to the floating figures. "Hurry! Get all of them on board now," the captain promptly commanded. As they pulled the stranded individuals out of the water, they recognized some familiar faces. Mostly from the Raduno town, with Fugger and Farlan among the mass. Miraculously floating the whole night through the tribulations without any life-saving gears. On that day, the Red Hair Pirates all bore witness to the unearthly power of guardian seeds through the vulnerable lives that had been tenderly protected even amidst the harshest of New World's tempestuous weathers, for they would become cherished allies of the sea. Never getting drowned into its depths and immune to the attacks of sea monsters, for these creatures would recognize them as kindred spirits. An infinite black hole was slowly engulfing him in its pitch-black darkness. The void seemed never-ending, and despite his struggles to break free, its pull was relentless. A rush of fear washed over him. The dread gripped his heart, suffocating him with each passing moment, suffusing every fiber of his being with an overwhelming sense of despair. In the midst of the dark void, a loud and familiar voice suddenly cried out, "Don't leave us, Captain. Don't leave our side." Beepo's voice echoed throughout the darkness as he felt himself being pulled farther and farther away. "No!" Law jolted awake, gasping for breath. His heart pounded, and his body was covered in a cold sweat. He quickly sat up, trying to steady his breathing and dispel the lingering fear that clung to him. It was just a nightmare, or was it real? He questioned himself, feeling an ache in his heart as Beepo's voice still rang in his ears. Trying to self-meditate and focus, Law slowly began to recollect the most recent events. Right, I was rescued, managing to cheat death from that cliff. A moment pause, and then he remembered, those little cubs and the guardian tree, are they all safe? Before he rushed to find them, he took a brief respite to check his own conditions. It seemed that his body had rested and replenished quite enough, and his injuries had been treated somehow. How long had he been out cold? He wondered. Stepping out of the room, he felt a sense of chaotic commotion all around. The sounds of people walking, chatting, and hurriedly running, giving the ship a puzzling buzz of activities. It felt quite strange, as if there were a mass presence of people on board. Following the loud commotion, he ventured above towards the main deck of the unfamiliar vessel. As soon as the lean surgeon emerged into the open air once again, he was met with a surprising sight. The vicinity was crowded with people who didn't look anywhere like pirates. They appeared to be ordinary civilians of all mixed genders and ages. Some dozed off, others received care from their companions, while a few simply rested. Yet, an undeniable pallor of exhaustion and lifelessness loomed over all of them. Am I really on the Red Hair cruise ship? Law was slightly confused, only to be suddenly greeted by the Red Hair captain himself, who walked over to him, sporting a wide smile. "Doctor, you're finally awake. You've been out for 3 days, you know. There's some serious worry creeping in." 3 days? That's unusually long, perplexed the young brunette. "I'm quite all right now, Red Hair, ya. Thanks for the treatments and, of course, the timely rescue," he silently acknowledged. There were numerous things he had wanted to ask the taller man, yet the current situation seemingly took precedence. "By the way, what's happening out here? Where do all these people come from?" The redhead let out a heavy sigh before beginning to explain. "A lot has happened. It's hard to sum it up quickly, but right now, we're focused on getting these poor citizens to safety. They are the only survivors from Renacida Island as far as we know." Law's eyes widened, not fully grasping the full extent of the story, but quickly realizing that the former large island's population had been reduced to only these. "What a tragedy." The captain continued his brief explanation while gesturing towards a certain direction. "We'll be heading to Elbaf in a little while. Our giant friends are sending their ship to help us relocate most of these refugees, since we can't risk setting sail with this overloaded capacity." Elbaf? The young doctor barely had a moment to process what he just heard when a commotion instantly erupted at the other side of the deck where the other crew members had gathered, their frustrations and annoyance apparent. "What's all this crap?" shouted Yasopp. "How dare they portray us like this?" added Punch, clearly agitated. "And it was their own negligence, sending only one ship in the first place," remarked Hongo with obvious disapproval. "Hey, let's not get too worked up. We're used to this kind of things, aren't we?" said Ben calmly, with his usual laid-back grin and smoking cigar. "What's going on, you guys?" their captain casually asked while approaching the gatherings with the newly awakened brunette close behind. "Doctor, you're up. Are you well now? You've had us worried, man." The group friendly greeted while waving at the doctor-turned-patient in unison. "Look at this, Chief. We got it from the news coup just now." Lime Juice came over, handing Shanks a daily newspaper and pointing to a specific news article. Shortly after the redhead took some time to peruse the page, he let out a chuckle. This is quite amusing." "It's not funny, Chief. Look how they've twisted our efforts and drawn such a ridiculous conclusion," protested Yasopp. Shanks then passed on the paper to Law, while nonchalantly shrugging. "Well, as pirates, we don't really care about their lame propaganda, do we?" Questioningly, Law skimmed through the news article. A large column emphasized its significance, stating, "Triumph and Tragedy of Renacida Island, a Tale of Heroism. In a daring operation, the government successfully eliminated the legendary guardian seeds that have been sought after by pirates for ages. The seeds, known to harbor unimaginable powers, were deemed too dangerous to fall into the malicious hands, posing a threat to innocent lives across the seas. The recent discovery of these coveted artifacts on Renacida Island prompted the government to take swift and decisive action. The once serene island became the battleground for two formidable pirate crews, the Red Hair Pirates and the Basilisk Pirates, both vying for possession of the potent seeds. As tensions escalated and violence ensued, the Marines had no choice but to unleash the overpowering Buster Call, a last resort measure after ensuring the safe evacuation of all the island's citizens. Thanks to the unwavering cooperation of the courageous residents, the Marines' operation unfolded with unprecedented effectiveness. The combined efforts of these valiant individuals led to the successful expulsion of all pirates, ensuring that the dangerous guardian seeds would never fall into the wrong hands again. Yet, amidst the triumph, a heart-rending tragedy unfolded during the evacuation. As the refuge ship set sail to safety, an unforeseen calamity struck as a ferocious thunderstorm descended upon the vessel, filled with our brave officers and innocent civilians on board, leaving them battling against the merciless elements. Despite desperate attempts to send out an SOS signal, no other marine ship could reach them in time for a rescue, resulting in an unimaginable loss of lives. The successful mission came at a great cost, as we mourn the fallen heroes who sacrificed everything for the greater welfare of all. In recognition of their bravery and dedication, the government has decided to honor their memories by renaming Renacida Island as Winter Island. The enchanting island that, upon taking a bird's-eye view, unfolded like a picturesque Norseman's village straight out of the vibrant Viking era. Its dwellings, streets, shops, and structures exuded an unassuming simplicity, yet they efficiently catered to the daily needs of its inhabitants. Amidst this charm, nonetheless, an extraordinary spectacle came to light when outsiders ventured into the village. As they intermingled with the locals, their diminutive stature starkly contrasted with the grandeur of their surroundings, akin to mice scampering through a majestic mansion. This captivating sight set Elbaf apart from all other islands, earning it the well-deserved reputation as the esteemed home of the great giant warriors. Presently, inside the only ordinary-sized tavern located near the main port, purposefully built to accommodate general visitors, two figures engaged in a conversation. The familiar red-headed man took a hearty swig of beer before speaking nonchalantly. "This pretty much sums it up, Ben." Beckman, the vice-chief of the Red Hair crew, nodded with a resigned sigh as he lit his third cigar. They had been discussing matters for a while now before he inquired, "Any other pressing issues we need to address, Chief?" But instead of providing an answer, Shanks momentarily paused and asked another question. "Do you know where the doctor is? Last I saw him, he was wandering along the shore." "He's been doing that for 2 days straight since we arrived here." Shanks silently mused. "You remember how he reacted after reading that news article the other day? There was something troubling him, and it seems like each passing day just keeps accumulating his inner turmoils." Ben arched an eyebrow and with a thoughtful expression he responded, "Yeah, I noticed that too. But to be honest, the pieces just don't fit together. From my observations, Law must have some connections to Renacida Island and its Lord Ruler, and yet he doesn't seem to have any ties to its history or people at all." Shanks took another gulp of his drink, shifting slightly as he continued, "I think it's time I take matters into my own hands. These mysteries won't unravel themselves, and I can't just let them keep piling up. Are you going to lend him a hand? Since when have you been so quick to trust someone so powerful, Chief?" Ben inquired with genuine curiosity. You know, on the day we arrived here, he approached me asking about the Ceberos cubs and the guardian tree." Shanks recalled, a faint smile appearing on his face. "After learning that everything was well guarded and taken care of, he gave me the notebook we had found in the forest." He turned to his first mate, still grinning. He insisted it should finally go to the man named Fugger. He believed it was what the owner would have wanted. "I may not know much about Law, but one thing is clear, Ben, he is incredibly passionate beneath that impassive exterior. Without hidden motives, his spontaneous actions to save the guardian seeds and those lives were nothing short of heroic. If we hadn't reached him in time, he wouldn't have made it out alive by now." The scarred-faced captain pointedly looked at his glass as he spoke. "So, I trust him based on his deeds, not just his words or lack of." Then he casually raised from his seat and started walking towards the tavern's door. "Ah, I see." Spreading a broad, knowing grin, the older pirate extinguished his last cigar before he too, slowly took a step behind his chief. Trafalgar Law found himself walking along the isolated shore, seeking solace away from the chaos that had turned his life into a whirlwind of uncertainty. Try as he might, his mind couldn't escape the relentless torrent of questions that burdened heavily on his troubled soul. He had been ripped away from the battle against Blackbeard and moved 7 years into the past, to the time when the country of Renacida was still standing. But now, even in that place of origin, all that remained were ruins, leaving him adrift in this unfamiliar time and space, no longer with any purpose or destination. Alone and cut off from everything he once knew, Law grappled with the harsh reality of his situation. His crew, his submarine, his allies all gone. There was no one to recognize his face, no one to welcome him back. It was reminiscent of the time he fled Flevence as a lost, young boy, fighting all by himself to survive just for another day. How was he supposed to continue on living like this? The biting wind swept through his slim body as he wrapped his arms around himself, trembling with an abruptly unbearable shiver. Cora-Sand, no matter how hard I try, the world just keeps getting colder and colder. He quietly murmured, succumbing to the weight of numbness and profound sorrow. And yet, in that very moment, a familiar baritone voice pierced through the forlornness, calling out to him from some distance behind. "There you are, found you." Startled by a sudden sound, the young doctor swiftly recomposed himself, slipping into his usual stoic facade. He lowered the brim of his hat to shield his vulnerability from the newcomer, Red Hair. He acknowledged. The redhead took steady steps closer, until he halted right in front of him. He spoke calmly, but with a sense of purpose. "Let us make a deal, Doctor." Surprised by the sudden proposal, Law couldn't help but ask, "A deal? What is this about?" The unanticipated offer momentarily pulled him from his mental struggles. Capturing the young man's attention, Shanks then continued, "Within this island lies a vast treasure trove of invaluable knowledge, the works salvaged from the island of O'Hara, the island which faced the same fate as Renacida itself by the Buster Call. All the books, sacrificed and passed on by O'Haran scholars during the attacks, had later been smuggled here by the Giant's efforts to preserve them from the government's grasp." The red-headed captain briefly paused, then further supplied, "We could say that they contain everything: records of history, philosophy, medicine, science, engineering, and much more, or in other words, knowledge of the world in its entirety." The revelation struck a chord within Law. As the redhead sharply observed the lean surgeon, he found his previously dimmed golden eyes flickered with curiosity. "Good," he thought. "As I mentioned before, we might be resourceful enough to help you with what you're looking for. And I can make an arrangement for you to access into this huge library, letting you roam free to search for anything you may need." Shanks explained, before breaking into a grin. "But under one condition, of course, that you'll have to answer 3 of my questions. We're pirates after all, and we don't normally give things away for free. So, will you accept this deal, Doctor?" The gears in Trafalgar's brain began to turn. This time, his logical side could come into play, focusing on something practical. Perhaps he could find some information related to time travel within those vast archives? The tiniest glimmer of hope in the darkness was enough to make him consider the offer. Yet, he glanced up at the older man, trying to decipher his expression. Why would Red Hair Shanks go to such length to help him? To repay the debt for saving his comrade, probably? But within the captain's returning crimson orbs, Law saw something beyond the surface, a radiant of confidence and warmth, as if silently and directly communicating with him, "Do not give up. There'll always be tomorrow." A flash of the red force coming to his aid rushed through his mind. The sense of security, something non-existent in his entire life, within the supportive hands of its captain and his crew as he let himself slip into unconsciousness, had ignited something within himself that he had rarely given to anyone before: trust. That the trust he had learnt from the unexpected helping hands, extended to him in his most desperate moments. First, from Khorasan, and then from Straw Hat Luffy, and now for the 3rd time, it came again from Red Hair Shanks. A touch of warmth in the midst of bitter coldness. He could work with that, and he might as well return the sincerity with his own. "All right, Red Hair. I'll answer any of your questions." The red-haired captain beamed, pleased to hear the younger's resolve. "Great." In the temporarily built bunker, located not far away from Elbaf's main port town and a 20 minutes walk from the frequented tavern of the Red Hair Captain, a small pirates' gathering was underway. The dark-haired surgeon discovered himself positioned opposite red-hair Shanks, Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, Lime Juice, and Yassop. The deal he had made with the red-headed captain had led to this audience with his most trusted crew members. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Law mentally sighed. Disclosing his personal secrets to a group of people he hardly knew, not to mention one of the most powerful pirates in present time, was testing for someone as naturally guarded as himself. Yet, he had given his word, and he would honor it. The red-hair captain began the conversation in his usual good-natured manner, as if this were just another casual meeting and that somehow helped the young brunette relax a little. "Let me begin with my first question, Doctor," he said, leaning back comfortably. "Who are you?" The question seemed simple, but Law knew he needed to tread carefully to divulge something meaningful enough, but not too excessive. "I am Trafalgar Law, the pirate captain and doctor of the Heart pirate crew originating from North Blue," he answered. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "My most recent bounty is 3 billion belly." The crew reacted with surprise and whistles at the mention of such an exceptional bounty. Even Shanks himself seemed genuinely impressed. "Wow, that's amazing, Doctor," he remarked. Yassop chimed in with curiosity, "But how come we never heard of you or your crew before? With such a high bounty, your name should be all over the places, right?" Law took a thoughtful pause before replying, "I guess your captain's next question will give me an opportunity to answer that. Let's move on for now." Shanks let out a chuckle. "So you already anticipated my following question, huh? I like to keep things simple, document. And next, of course, why did you end up alone in the Forbidden Forest?" A subtle smile curved on the younger man's lips as he sensed the similarity between red-hair Shanks and Straw Hat Luffy's straightforward approach. Such simplicity, no doubt they have some connections. Then, he gathered himself again for the challenging response to come. "I came from the future, 7 years from the current time," he revealed. "During a battle with Blackbeard. Or Marshal D. Teach and his crew on the Winter Island, also previously known as Renacida, our clashing powers had instantly sent me to this era, right there at the same place where I first witnessed your fight with the basilisks." The proclamation dangled in the air, making the crew members collectively stunned, their eyes growing wide and jaws hanging open in sheer astonishment. The first one to break the silence was their captain, whose aura suddenly turned more intimidating as he raised his remaining hand to faintly touch his eyes. "That name alone makes these scars throb." The sudden surge of powerful haki emanating from the redhead instantly put Law on an alarming mode. "What's going on here?" But just as quickly as it came, the intense aura disappeared, replaced by excitement as Shanks looked straight into Law's questioning eyes and broke into a broad smile. "And you fought him? What a weird coincidence." Now it all made sense, your mysterious emergence in that unlikely place. Right? That explains it. So, in this timeline, you have yet to make a name for yourself. But what an achievement in just 7 years, Doc," remarked Yassop with enthusiasm. How great to be young again. The future generations sure made a big bang, huh?" Joined Lime Juice just as eagerly. "You're even greater than I thought, Law. Being both a pirate captain and a doctor is so cool," admired Roo, giving him big grin and thumbs up. Now it was the young surgeon who marveled at their reactions. Not even a slight disbelief in what they just heard. Before he could fully comprehend their cheerful responses, Ben Beckman spoke up. "That's partly the impact of the black hole power, I guess." Law instantly turned his attention to the calm and ever-grinning man. "Do you know something about it, Benya?" he gingerly asked. "I think I came across some hypothetical theories about time-traveling phenomena before, somewhere in a pool of those books," Ben Beckman replied. Shanks interjected with excitement. "This is even more fascinating than I first thought. This case is different from Toki's. I heard from Roger-sama that Odin once let slip about his wife's time travel from several hundred years ago in the past. If that was even possible, then this thing could happen with Doctor too. There are really no bounds when it comes to devil fruit powers." The redhead was talking like a kid sharing tales of adventure. Having spent his childhood on the former pirate king's ship, the taller captain had undoubtedly witnessed all the miracles the world had to offer. His comrades' accepting gestures also put Law at an unexpected ease. This isn't as complicated as I first thought. The Red Hair crew is one of the most resourceful and experienced in this era, given their combined powers, roaming all seas in the past many years. He silently assessed. Shortly after, the red-haired man then walked over to him while saying, "Now that you've answered both of my questions, Doctor, I'll ask the last one then." He intently looked at the younger brunette as he inquired, "What is it that you want to do now?" And with just a momentary pause, the captain continued, "However, you can give me the answer to this question after you finish your research in the library, let's say 3 days from now. Easy, isn't it?" Shanks flashed him a winking smile before turning around to his first mate. "Hey, Ben, I think you should help the doctor a bit, will ya?" The older brunette tossed his cigar to the ground and used his foot to snuff it out, before he responded, "Sure, Chief. Or else, 3 days would barely scratch the surface of searching for anything among those massive panels of books." Beckman smirked at the bewildered surgeon. "I was the one who helped arrange and categorize all those books and papers a few years back. The giants wouldn't have bothered to do such a delicate task anyway. So when it comes down to it, you could say I'm an ad hoc librarian of some sort." That brings back some awful memories," interrupted Lime Juice distastefully. "We tried to help too, but I threw up just after a few hours of sorting those never-ending stacks of books," recalled Yassop, as if reliving his worst nightmare. "I would never go anywhere near that place again. Just being there would make my head exploded," whined Rue, with a shiver and horror on his face. All right, we'll leave the right people in the right place then. Ben, take the doctor to the library now. I've already asked for his permission. And you guys, come with me, we still have another meeting to go." "How are our 2 bookworms faring in there, Hongo?" Lime Juice casually inquired while savoring a large steak sandwich within the confines of the Red Hair crew's expansive, makeshift tent. Spread out before them on a long table was a delectable feast, sourced directly from the bountiful produces of the giants' farms and meadows, providing a sumptuous lunch for the entire crew and their welcomed guests. Not far off, a bustling refugee camp had swiftly been erected to house the survivors of Renacida Island, all made possible by the Red Hair captain's skillful negotiation with the giant's leader, orchestrating the unexpected, yet timely rescue operation. It looks like they are making some headway, but Law hasn't touched a morsel of food. He seemed to be engrossed in those towering mountains of books in these past 3 days, Hongo replied, joining the group after delivering daily provisions to Ben and Law in the library. I can sense a strong affinity for books between those two. Who else would willingly bury themselves in that maze for days just like that? Yassop quipped with a confident grin. Perhaps they've formed a scholarly alliance. I even caught the doctor assisting Ben in organizing those last remaining, unfinished huge stacks as he pursued his research. It's as if they speak the same language without speaking, Hongo remarked with amusement. With their brilliant minds working together, there's no intellectual challenge that this duo can't conquer. Announced Punch dramatically and contently as his lunch now complete. Law, look at this record found in the ancient city on Bell Island, said Ben, immersed in the scrolls in his hands. It was written by a young archaeologist back from the middle-aged era who claimed to have reached this mysterious western city covered in the mist. It mentioned that he had met with a woman who was born over 200 years prior to his arrival, traveling through time, he continued, passing the findings to the younger brunette. The devil fruit ability was somehow involved, though they didn't specify its name. This marks the 4th recorded instance of time travel within the past 100 years of history, contemplated the surgeon. As Trafalgar delved into the document, he noted, again, it's another case of time travel into the future. Being slightly reluctant, he then raised his gaze to share his first-hand experience with the older man. In my time, shortly before this incident, I encountered a group of samurais from the land of Wano, who had been sent 20 years into the future by the devil fruit power of its former ruler's wife, Toki no Mi. She mentioned something about it not being possible to travel back into the past. He paused, letting the information sink in before posing a question. Any ideas why that is the case, Benya? Beckman's eyebrow arched at the incredible tale, but took a moment to consider the query. It's purely speculative, but I believe it may relate to the fundamental laws governing space and time. Simplifying his thoughts, he continued, imagine each of us inhabits a personal bubble of our own realm of reality. When someone is sent to the future, their bubble exists and interacts within that larger new realm. He glanced at Law, who was hanging on his every word, before continuing. Similarly, however, if someone's bubble is sent back into the past, where the larger realm already exists, it's like dropping something into an already full glass of water. What do you think happens then? It would disrupt the past realm, right? Law pondered carefully, his mind spinning with probability. Depending on the scale of the disruption, it could create countless new paralleled bubbles in the past, leading to distorted future outcomes. Exactly, Ben nodded. The water might spill over, the glass might shatter, or the water could simply ripple and return to its previous state. It could lead to endless possibilities, which is why it may be against the universal laws, he concluded. The young doctor took a long moment to absorb the older brunette's explanation, his mind working to grasp the implications. Finally, he murmured, but in my case, I was sent back in time, defying this very fundamental logic, because it involved the black hole theory you just gave me earlier? Indeed, your situation is truly exceptional, Ben agreed. The hypothesis of time travel in both science and philosophy has long suggested that natural black holes possess the capability to manipulate space and gravity to an extraordinary extent, potentially creating rifts within the space-time continuum. And that's why, he pointed at Law, when your unique ability collided with the others, even the duplicated black hole ability of your opponent could create a phenomenal temporal anomaly brought about by the combined gravitational forces and spatial manipulation. In other words, added the vice captain with his signature grin, you're one-of-a-kind lucky, Law. Upon hearing the older brunette's explanation and conclusion, the surgeon found himself at a loss for words, only his jaw slightly hanging open. He then let out an exceptionally long sigh, trying to process everything. Okay, that can't be helped, I guess. Let's move on to the consequences of it all at present. There's one thing that's been bothering me in these past few days, Benya. And that is? I couldn't help but intervene in the events on Renacida Island. It was something personal that compelled me to act, and I can't shake this feeling that my actions might have caused some disruptions in this past timeline. Just like you explained earlier, what if something has already changed because of my careless actions? The older pirate pondered for a prolonged moment, before saying, some changes might have already happened, the other paralleled bubbles might already have occurred, we never know. He began to light his cigar and continued, that being said, yet I would suggest that you focus only on what is really important to you now. Do you want to get back to your original timeline, then? Law's eyes widened at the flashing memory of Blackbeard's last arsenal, Vortex, one of the most powerful fighting forces known in their era. His fist slightly trembled at the implications of it all, before he answered firmly, of course, I'll need to get there, where I was coming from. Even if it meant an instant kill, once he got right back there where he was. All my crew is still there, I'll never leave them. Then, Law, whatever you do from now on, you'll have to make sure that certain events do not get disrupted. Can you think of anything of such significance? Past memories came rushing back to his mind, reminiscent of the past 7 years. Suddenly, as if the scattering jigsaw pieces came together into one picture, he realized. That most critical moment at Marineford. It was the time he had decided to help Straw Hat Luffy. If that thing didn't happen, the boy would have certainly died. Consequently, he wouldn't have formed an alliance, and wouldn't have been saved in Dressrosa, and the fight at Winter Island would never have occurred. That's air. However, as he was about to voice his thoughts, another flash of memories struck him, stunning his body yet again. To barely get away from those raining lightning beams from Kizaru back then, it was the red hair pirates who timely intervened at that exact moment. Which was the only thing that saved both all my crew and the gravely injured Straw Hat Luffy on that day. The realization hit him with force, and at that precise moment he instantly knew. that if he wanted to go along with the main, original timeline and return to the same future, he would have to ensure that those critical events happen, no matter what it took. Beepo, you gotta wait a little longer, but I'll get back there, I promise. And with the newfound path lying ahead, he understood now that the red hair pirates were the main players in this act of his inevitable cruel destiny. He would have to tread extremely carefully from now on, and he couldn't just blurt out everything to them, or it might change the course of those future events. I'll have to stick with them and try monitoring and navigating the future. Was that what he was supposed to do? Law wondered to himself. But then, right at that moment, a booming sound reverberated from the shore at the main port. It was the loud, authoritative voice of the red hair captains through the speaker, even heard from the concealed library room, startling the young doctor from his unsettling thoughts. Dear Renacida citizens, everyone please gather over here. Just about the right time, isn't it? Said Ben Beckman, while peering out of the library window. Amidst the newly constructed huge campsite, which now served as a shelter for hundreds of refugees, various makeshift constructions had been set up to cater to the basic needs of its temporary residents. Among these structures stood a large canteen, where long tables were neatly aligned, serving not only as a place to eat but also as a gathering spot for the people seeking solace and supports. Farlan, taking on the role of leader in his own family, approached his father with a tray of rice and salad assortments, worry etched across his face. Father, you should eat some more. It's essential to keep your strength up during these trying times, he pleaded with concern. His gaze then shifted to his younger sister, who sat lifelessly against the canteen wall at a distance. Her eyes reflected the similar emptiness that had enveloped the entire mass of people, those who had suffered immeasurable losses and now struggled to find the will to carry on. Farlan had set aside his own grief to shoulder the responsibility of holding his family together, knowing that without unity, they might not survive the devastating aftermath of Renacida Island. His father clutched a notebook given to him by Red Hair Captain a few days ago. Its contents had plunged the old man into a deep abyss of despair, reading and rereading it, each time seemingly sinking even further into hopelessness. How were they supposed to move on from this devastation? The survivors here had lost everything: their homes, their loved ones, and even their sense of purpose. They felt abandoned, cast aside by the government, the Marines, and the world's unforgiving system. To them, it seemed as if they were insignificant ants in a vast forest. Whether they lived or died, it mattered very little to anyone. Then, in that very moment, the commanding voice of Red Hair Shanks resonated through the gloomy atmosphere of the temporary refuge, cutting through the heaviness that weighed upon the hearts of its inhabitants. Dear Renacida citizens, everyone please gather over here. The sound echoed, drawing the attention of the desolate crowd. People gradually made their ways to the main shore, where the Red Force stood tall amidst the peaceful shorefront. Still, despite their lifelessness, the citizens held deep respects for the Red Hair crew, who had been their lifeline during these adversities. Fugger, their former community leader, weakly stepped forward, his aging appearance showing the toll of the past few days. What is this about, Captain Shanks, may I ask? He inquired with a tint of weariness. The single-armed captain gave a signal to Yassop and Lime Juice, who were standing behind him. Bring it here. As the cut-off, middle-sized tree was brought before the gatherings, Fugger exclaimed with widened eyes, "The guardian fruits." The tree housed about 20 to 30 pear-like fruits, and even after all these years, he recognized them immediately, their impact on his memories profound. How did you retrieve them from the burning forest in such a condition? Blurted out the old man, his mind filled with stunted curiosity. However, as he observed the tree, a sense of resignation then took over him. No, it doesn't matter now anyway. We all seem to possess the seed's power, keeping us barely alive even until this very moment. His voice trembled. But it still wasn't enough. The seeds couldn't protect the pitifully vulnerable people in the face of such cruelty, and likewise, we can't protect them anymore. He turned his gaze to his people, acknowledging their struggling conditions. You are not obliged to give us anything more than you already have, Captain. Please take the remaining seeds. They will fortify your whole crew's power and help you rise even further, he said, glancing up at the tall redhead, for the seeds would neither survive nor serve any purpose with us weak creatures. Fugger's heartfelt plea carried a mix of humility and gratitude, acknowledging the reality that these precious guardian fruits could only thrive in the hands of those strong enough to wield their potentials. No, Fugger-san, the red-haired man replied, his voice gentle as he gazed down at the weary elder. And shortly after that, his scarlet eyes shifted across the shore. Seemingly making eye contact with each person present, his voice grew more powerful as he delivered his next speech. This guardian tree was passed down from Ashar the Hermit with his sacrificial life. You are all survivors who inherited his will and the seeds he cultivated. He paused, then continued on. And yet, in the face of the long history of this ever-corrupted and power-struggling world, the seeds alone cannot provide adequate protection for the vulnerable innocents. The somber realization sank in, and the faces of the listeners reflected the sadness in their hearts, knowing full well there was no longer any lands left to shelter even their own lives, let alone the sacred tree. And at that precise moment, red-hair Shanks gradually reached his remaining hand forward to all of them, as he made an impactful announcement, one that would later mark as another turning point in times. Then come with me to the seas, citizens of Renacida. Become pirates under the red-hair flag's protection. His commanding figure as he concluded the momentous declaration, beaming with assurance and a dazzling smile that seemed to abruptly illuminate the gloomy crowd. You are already its allies. There is nowhere safer than the vast ocean to embrace you all. Regain control and freedom of your own lives. Equip yourselves with all the knowledge you need. And train hard to become stronger. With an authoritative yet soothing tone, his voice offered all the lost listeners a reassuring path forward. And I'll entrust the remaining guardian seeds to you. Cherish them on this abundant land of Elbaf, to add strengths to the young generations in the future. A prolonged stillness permeated the atmosphere as the weight of his words settled in. Slowly, faint signs of life collectively emerged in the eyes of the people. They began to look at each other's, trying to process the overwhelming offer presented to them. Farland's eyes flickered with newfound hope as he asked, his voice now laced with enthusiasm, "Chief, do you really think we'll survive out there in the New World seas?" The redhead responded with exuding confidence, "Yes, you all can, if you learn and train hard enough from now on. The giants have agreed to help you with the new shipbuilding and necessities while you're at it." He then raised his head, looking forward far across the gatherings to the emerging huge figures standing behind the shoreline, breaking into a broad grin. "Isn't that right, Saul?" "Dereshishishishi. And you just asked me only after that bold announcement, eh?" Came a thunderous laughter from the former Marine's vice admiral, whose towering appearance was left with frostbite's burnt marks all over. The intimidating aura emanated from the giants scared away some of the citizens. Nonetheless, their aged leader, Fugger, stepped forward among his group of people, taking a chance to ask, "The great giant warriors, you would allow us to plant the guardian seeds within your land? But do you not want them to enhance your powers?" The orange-maned giant leader gazed downward at the little human, still smiling good-naturedly. "We, the giant tribes, are honorable warriors. We take pride in refining our skills and strengths solely through our own efforts. No need to rely on any external power-ups," he declared, before adding further. "Use our soils here to cultivate them, little humans. Do not worry while you're at seas, for no enemies would dare to come near our territory." Dereshishishishi. "What an unusual laughter that was," murmured the tattooed surgeon, observing the whole event amidst the crowd not far away from the back. He turned to face his older companion, an inquisitive look on his face. "Do you realize what your crew has gotten into? Taking in powerless civilians like that?" "Don't worry. I already asked him exactly the same question as soon as I got a chance," replied Beckman with a discerning grin. And he just waved it off saying, "That's okay, Ben. And you know what, we'll gather more of them in years to come. This is only the beginning." He finished with a quiet chuckle, "That's our whimsical captain for you." Something in Law's mind clicked, a look of amazement spread across his face, causing his eyes to widen as he looked up at the ponytailed vice captain, whose perplexed expression was mirrored on his face. So this is the birth of the Red Hair Grand Fleet, which will expand and eventually become the future Emperor's crew. Before Ben could ask him a question, the crowd's resounding cheers redirected their attention to the main event. Excited shouts erupted from the people, delightful tears streaming down many of their faces. "We'll do it, Chief." "Yeah, I'll start training hard now that I have a clear goal in mind. To think that we still have somewhere to call home together, we'll do anything to move forward." "Thanks, Captain. We won't let you down. We'll become stronger, you have our words." The miraculous change in emotions and roaring jubilation overwhelmed the dark-haired doctor. Another figure among the once lifeless citizens stood bewildered also, his eyes scanning the crowd amidst the spirited shouts of joy. "Am I dreaming, Ashar? It's as if our already dead community has come back to life. Look at the glimmers and determination in their eyes." Tears welled up in his aging eyes, for the first time, not from despair but from the ray of hope. "And your sacrifices won't go in vain, my friend. We're given a chance to carry on your guardian seed's legacy. There's nothing more I could ever ask for." In the middle of the emotional moments, the old former advisor saw his son approaching with a wide grin. "Father, if you don't mind, let me give a name to our pirate flag, would you?" With a smile and teary eyes, the old man promptly replied, "Certainly, son. Go ahead." Farland's face lit up, and then he shouted out to the tall-standing captain, "Chief Shanks." He moved his arms high into the air, declaring, "From this day forth we, the Social Club Pirates, shall serve under your guidance and banner, and pledge our unwavering loyalty to the Red Hair Pirates until the end of times." "Ah, what a ridiculous name for pirates, Farland. But I absolutely love it. That brings back memories of Raduno Town, doesn't it?" "Indeed. It's like our favorite tavern is resurrected just as it was." The warmth of unity returned to the people of Raduno as they wholeheartedly embraced the familiar, hearty name of the new crew, the very first in history that comprised of a mass of ordinary citizens from the fallen country. A contented smile adorned Red Hair Shanks' face as he absorbed the energetic vibes emanating from the newly formed pirates along the shoreline below. Then his panning gaze came to a halt at the two familiar figures standing among the assembly. And without hesitation, he leaped down from the red force and steadily made his way through the collectively splitting mass of people. "If you've come out of the library, then I assume you already have an answer to my last question, is that right, Doctor?" The redhead asked, his smile never faltering. The surgeon's calm exterior belied the swirling thoughts in his mind, contemplating the implications that would significantly shape his paths forward. "To think that I've witnessed the formations of not only one, but two future emperors' grand fleets." He mused silently, focusing on the stark difference between the origins of these alliances. Unlike the Straw Hats with the common goal of united powerful forces, these fleets were born from the completely opposite reason: a desire to protect the weak, to shelter the vulnerable under their formidable wings. Reflecting on the journey he had undertaken since arriving in this timeline, he then realized that saving lives had undeliberately become his defining theme. It somehow reinvigorated his weary soul. And he would embrace this role in the borrowed time he had been granted here, and along this path, try to prevent the disruptions and help shape up the right courses into the future. Perhaps this isn't such a bad fate after all. With an authentic smile for the first time, the young brunette gazed up to face the taller man and replied, "Yes, Red Hairya, would you allow me to join your crew as the ship's doctor?" Well, there it is. The courting efforts of our chief have finally borne fruit. Haha. Lime Juice couldn't resist teasing. Rue, his face beaming with joy, joined in, shouting to the heavens, "And now, behold, we've found ourselves a resident doctor. Lucky Rue has become the lucky charm." Yasop excitedly shouted, "Welcome to the Red Hair crew. Please take good care of us, Doc." The remaining crew members leaped from the decks of the Red Force, an exhilarating chorus of cheers erupting around them. Its red-headed captain wore a proud smile as he extended his hand, gesturing to the surrounding crowd of allies. "From this day onward, our doctor will have his hands full, won't he?" he playfully remarked. The young brunette couldn't help but smirk. "You know, red hair ya. As an unorthodox doctor, I'm always up for any medical challenge." Instantly, Hongo made his way towards their buzzing group, leading the adorable Sabero's cubs on a leash. The young trio, eager to see their dear friend, dashing toward the surgeon with unrestrained delight, their tails wagging wildly. "They missed you. What should we do with them?" asked the brown-haired pirate. Shanks and Law exchanged glances, their silent communications speaking volumes. Then they searched for Fugger, the wise old man, among the crowd and directed their request to him. "Fugger-san, would you mind taking care of them as well?" Shanks requested, his gaze earnest. The old man's kind eyes brimmed with warmth as he gently cradled the cubs in his arms. "Of course, Chief. They're just ordinary black tiger cubs. Think we can handle them without any problems," he assured, and after a moment pause, he then patted each of the cub while giving them a dear name. "You are Ashar, you are Ethan, and you are Lucas." With the adorable cubs now in their new home, the atmosphere grew even more affectionate. The once lifeless crowd had transformed into a vibrant gathering, filled with newfound hope and unity. At a short distance away, perched atop the elevated hill near the shore, a giant figure gazed down upon the lively and spirited scene. His heart stirred with emotions as he turned to his comrades, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "In all my years of serving for justice as a Marine, I never felt truly fulfilled," he confessed. "And yet, today, watching these pirates, doing exactly what I long to do, it feels like an ironic twist of fate." His companions chuckled in agreement, sharing fond memories. "I wish Dory and Broggy would have been with us to see this great event too. Guess those two best buddies are still locked in their eternal battle somewhere within the Grand Line. That might be it. Dereshishishishi." On that calm day after the storm, as the resounding laughter of the giants melded with the triumphant cheers of the crowd, a harmonious symphony of joy and hope poured over the island of Elbaf, marking a new beginning. If the legendary seeds were the guardians on Earth, the red hair pirates, together with the young doctor lost in time, whose dedicated hearts being as vast as the ocean itself, whose hands being extended to protect the weak and vulnerable, would then become the true guardians of the seas. Their legacy, characterized by compassion and bravery, would be long celebrated in the annals of history. Somewhere on a certain island in New World. By the way, raised the recently recruited doctor of the crew, who had been sitting quietly among the boisterous cheers and bickering group of pirates around him before he voiced his question. "Why is it that we always end up having meetings in a tavern, no matter what important issues we're getting at?" It turned out, as a recurring pattern, that the start of any of their meetings, with bottles of beer, sake, and whiskey readily available on the table, would soon escalate into full-on partying and drinking sessions, or sometimes even competitions, among the red hair pirate members, as he had been witnessing for the umpteenth times by now. If not sailing on the Red Force, the crew basically spent times in whatever favorite tavern fancied by their chief more than in their own camps, excluding only their night sleeps. How surreal. Of course, Doc. We always need some alcohols to keep our brain cells sharp. Booze is a brain tonic, don't you know that? Supplied Bong Punch with utmost confidence. Right? Isn't it normal that people need it to keep up their good functions when strategizing and brainstorming? Added Yasop intellectually, while refilling his glass of beer. But not only that, see, Doc. We always add plenty of food into our systems too. It's all about maintaining that perfect equilibrium, chimed in Rue with an ear-to-ear grin and an evident huge meat stick in his hand. Lime juice, never one to miss an opportunity, urged. Come on, Doc. Take a shot of this fine, old whiskey already. It's been sitting here, waiting for you forever. Law flabbergasted, surrounded by these doctors' logic-defying pirates who seemed to channel the spirit of Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman who infused himself with alcoholic substance as his body's essential nutritions, and even as backup elixir in some circumstances. The redhead captain took another gulp of his favorite sake, as he contentedly and comfortably leaned back in his chair. Looking at the lively atmosphere in front of him, his memories then flashed back to a short conversation he previously had with Ben. It was shortly after the social club Pirate was formed, and all the necessary works were in implementing process in Elbaf, that his vice chief gave him a briefing regarding the tattooed surgeon's predicament. Law didn't share everything with me then, but what I know from our findings and discussion in the library on that day. The tall brunette puffed out his smoke as he casually continued, is that he would definitely want to get back to his own timeline, and that means he needs to be extremely careful as to not disrupt some critical incidences in the past. Beckman then pondered over something momentarily, before he made a conclusion. I'm not sure how significant of an impact we will have on the course of his specific future, but I would suggest that we won't probe into anything too much if he doesn't want to let us know of some future occurrences, since it would probably alter something and bring about undesirable distorted outcomes. And yet, the presently dizzy captain had one inquiry in his mind. But I really want to know. He then gradually raised from his chair and started walking over to the dark-haired surgeon, whose eyes instantaneously glanced his way, his demeanor alerted by the taller man's sudden approach. Red hair, ya? I have a question to ask you, doctor. It's about the 7 years from now. His calm and serious expression instantly unsettled the young doctor. His stance instinctively rigid and guarded, causing the nearby ponytail-haired vice chief to inquisitively raise his non-existent eyebrow. Didn't I just warn you about that, chief? I know that I shouldn't ask something like this about the future. And if it would adversely affect anything in order to answer it, just stay silent and I would totally understand, doctor. Upon hearing the potential leeway, Trafalgar's shoulder relaxed just a little, as he tentatively responded, So, what do you want to know then, Captain? Now it was the redhead who seemed to be uncharacteristically hesitant. What's this all about? It seems crucial enough for him to falter. Do I have to reveal some major events if he insists to know? An array of possibilities and worries flooded Law's thoughts, as the scarred-faced captain finally asked. How do I look in my bounty poster? Then. And the whole room simultaneously fell into silence as all eyes were directed to the sole time traveler, who was the only one capable of answering that enigmatic question. Perhaps it was because of the unexpected outlandishness of the said question that suddenly pierced through his mental guard. Nobody knew. But the young surgeon unconsciously let slip a response that first came to his mind. You looked fine, nothing's changed. And his eyes widened at his own blurt out. Blimey! That's the most esteemed compliment I've ever heard coming from Doc. Lime Juice exclaimed, eliciting widespreading laughters of agreement from all the crewmates. So you won't become an old, disheveled imbiber in the next 7 years, Chief? Cheers! Yassop teasingly shouted, raising his glass high in a toast together with Hongo and Punch. Yet, for some reason, that rendered the red-headed captain surprisingly sober, his eyes gazing straight at the lean brunette, who was scrabbling to lower the brim of his spotted hat to cover his face. His ears turned noticeably red from all the surrounding friendly taunts. And red hair Shanks couldn't help thinking at that moment, Doc can be really cute, can't he? City of Armamentia? The dark-haired doctor raised an eyebrow as he perused a book from the vast shelf labeled Medical Science within the library. Exactly. Saul mentioned it as a great place to find a variety of supplies. Armamentia is renowned as a bustling commercial hub in the New World, where goods and materials from all corners are imported and readily available for trade, the older brunette replied, holding a book titled Fundamentals of Sea Voyage, a comprehensive guide to navigating the waters. He sighed. Considering the novice pirates we have under our wings, it's crucial to impart basic knowledge from scratch. Besides, our ongoing constructions and preparations demand an influx of additional resources. Beckman's grin widened as he added with a chuckle, though those are the logical reasons. Truth is, Shanks just wants to stock up on his favorite booze, especially that renowned sake. He's never been too fond of the brews in Elbaf. Typical of the red-headed captain's die-hard recreation. After nearly a month stationed here, The continuous work and training felt unending. As thoughts swirled in the younger brunette's mind, he voiced his own intention. I'm considering buying more medical supplies and raw herbs too. Will there be an ample supply of such items there? And when do we set sail? Ben, leaning against a bookshelf, nodded thoughtfully. Likely. You should take the opportunity to explore Law. We're in a downtime phase, so the crew is at lower risk of sustaining severe injuries while we're anchored here. And it wouldn't hurt to keep our captain in check while you're at it. Curiosity piqued, Law questioned, You're not accompanying them, Benya? The taller man shook his head, explaining, I'll remain here to oversee matters on the island. Some of us will also stay behind to supervise the training of the newly minted pirates. Not everyone needs to be involved in supply runs. The journey to Armamentia is a mere 3-day sail, so it'll be a quick trip. Shanks intends to take Yassop, Rue, and Lime Juice and other 10 crew members. Since you'll be joining them, Hongo, as a doctor apprentice, will stay here. A thoughtful hum escaped Law's lips. All right, I'll join the expedition. He would still have time to conduct further research on medical treatments and essential ingredients needed for future supplies. The mighty red force surged forward through the playful rabbit waves, its path aimed southeast toward the awaited destination. On the upper deck, a lively gathering unfolded, marked by high-spirited cheers and the presence of a modest banquet. Shanks stood by the railing, a bottle of sake in hand, his gaze distant yet thoughtful. Over 20 years have passed since I first set foot on that island with Roger's pirates. Back then, the place was teeming with life and an array of intriguing business establishments, spanning every size and trade. Roger-sama mentioned that the ruling family hailed from a long line of seasoned warriors. They not only safeguarded their land for generations but also resisted the world government's control. Shanks mused, his voice carrying a touch of nostalgia. It's rather impressive, don't you all think? A king taking up the responsibility of both protecting and prospering his nation through trades. A chorus of agreement followed his words. It's certainly remarkable, given the parade of incompetent rulers we've encountered. Yassop chimed in, nodding good-humoredly. Lime Juice added, Indeed, it's a refreshing departure from the norm. But that was decades ago. The youngest brunette of the group interjected, his expression tinged with hesitation. He mused to himself, As far as I know, Wano is the only New World country untouched by world government in the new era. That's a valid point. Things might have changed significantly by now, the captain responded, as he peered towards the island's distant silhouette. It loomed larger as the ship slowly approached. His eyes lit up with anticipation. Well, we're about to find out. There it is. As the ship drew nearer to the massive island, a question promptly surfaced among the crew. Chief, is this really the merchant island you mentioned? It doesn't quite look like it. In fact, it seems more akin to a marine garrison, especially in times of war. A sentiment Law silently shared as he observed the towering stone fortress enveloping the island. The sight was far from what he had expected. Unbeknownst to the crew, their seemingly innocuous requisition mission was poised to unravel into an unforeseen venture, veering significantly from their initial anticipations. Purururu. The resounding hum of surveillance Den Mushi stationed at the colossal main gate echoed through the air. It was a telltale sign of security measures rivaling even those of the Marine headquarters. Silence fell over the ship's crew as they passed through the gate, taken aback by the unexpected level of security for what was known as an infamous commercial island. What awaited them beyond the compelling entrance was another surprise, catching them off guard once again. The sight that unfolded was that of a sprawling port, animated with activity as numerous ships clustered and anchored along its expanse. Yuuza! Now this is the bustling port we expected. How energetic! I would have never guessed they'd construct a fortress encompassing the entire port like this. Just how prosperous is this place? True, and they seem to meticulously track all visitors engaging in business here. Quite impressive, isn't it? And look, some of those flags flying are unmistakably pirate ships. Shanks, too, wore a look of amazement. His thrill was palpable. There was no fortress back then. The city has clearly undergone notable transformation indeed. But one thing remains the same though, its liveliness. If anything, it's even more vibrant than before, if my memories served me right. With his high spirits unabated, the captain issued a command, "Prepare to anchor." The pulsating panorama of the port town greeted the red hair crew as they made their way further in. Considering how busy the port is, I can only imagine how great the city center will be. If we're after a variety of resources, exploring the main commercial areas is our best bet, don't you think? Suggested Yasopp. I agree. And finding an inn should be on our to-do list as well. It'll be too cumbersome to keep going back and forth from the ship on this massive island. What do you say, Chief? Chimed in Rue eagerly. The redhead contemplated the options. Normally, they'd either sleep on the Red Force or in makeshift camps when they visited an island. Staying at any local inns presented risks due to their recognizable faces and high bounties. However, given the island's role as seemingly a dynamic trading hub frequented by pirates and all manners of people, it was likely that the country had some measures in place to maintain order. Plus, they would be here only for a few days, so... Very well, Shanks decided, addressing the crew. Yasopp and Rue, find an inn for 5 people in the central town. Before giving a supply list to one of his junior subordinates, Branch, take others to gather the general supplies we need in here. Leave at least 3 members to guard the ship at all times. And every one of you is to sleep on board at night. Then, a wide grin crept across his face. Other than that, enjoy yourselves while we're in town. It shouldn't take more than 3 to 4 days. Yeah, count on us, Chief. A burst of enthusiastic responses swept through the crew. This was a rare respite for the red hair pirates, and the anticipation of a brief vacation added an extra layer of thrill. All right, let's get everyone's personal budget sorted out. Come on, guys. Just be mindful of your spending. There won't be any additions, got it? Lime Juice said with a knowing smirk, being the one taking charge of the financial logistics. Doctor, care to join me for a leisurely stroll to the central area? You can explore while hunting for your medical supplies. The tall captain suggested as they all finished gathering their personal belongings for a short stay in town. Trafalgar halted in his steps, an eyebrow slightly raised. A stroll. You say? Aren't you more interested in stocking up on your beloved liquors? That's what Benya implied as your primary motive for this escapade, isn't it? A chuckle promptly escaped the redhead. That Ben. He's bound to tarnish my reputation as a captain sooner or later. Well, that's true, but then I'm here specifically in search of the renowned Dasai Junmai sake originated from this island. It's not just any booze, so it's a little adventure to find it. And that doc is more fun. The young doctor mulled over for a moment before nodding. Fair enough. Just don't be surprised if I also use my leisure time to explore things that might put you to tedious sleep, Captain, he retorted with a faint smirk. We shall see about that. The older man responded with a challenging smile while waving to all the departing crew. Inform us of the inn's location and see you all later. Aye. With that, the members of the red hair crew dispersed, each setting off to fulfill their respective missions. Somewhere in the city of Armamentia, within a dimly lit room, a solitary figure sat in contemplation. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls as a hushed whisper escaped its owner's lips, barely audible but charged with a sense of foreboding. Red hair pirates. You have arrived at last. Are you 2 gentlemen here for the stall ring challenge, perhaps? The inn manager inquired with a friendly smile as he greeted the newly arrived guests descending from their reserved rooms on the upper floor. Not really, we're actually here for a substantial shopping spree. But what's that Starlink you mentioned again? Yasopp curiously asked. The manager's expression brightened with enthusiasm. Oh, I see you're new to this island. Well, in 3 days, we're hosting our National Day celebration. It's been a cherished tradition in our island and people from all over come to join in the festivities. So I assumed you were here for that. He handed them a vibrant leaflet detailing the event schedule. Pointing to a particular painted illustration of 2 combatants locked in a fierce duel, he continued, the highlight of our national day is the Stall Ring Challenge. It's a grand fighting tournament where participants, some well-known and others not, engage in prearranged duels without any set rules. It's quite the spectacle and adds an element of unpredictability. Wait, no rules? So they can use any weapons or even devil fruit powers? Sounds like it could get pretty brutal, doesn't it? Interrupted Rue curiously. The manager's eyes sparkled. Exactly. The excitement level soars, and the stakes become equally high. Stakes, you say? Yasop's gaze sharpened, catching on to the implication. So it's a gambling event, then? The manager leaned in, a conspiratorial grin on his face. Oh, you've caught on, mister. It's quite the revenue generator for our island, I must say. People do love their bets, don't they? If you're interested in witnessing the spectacle, or even participating in all the funds, you should head over to the Axis Arena. It's not too far from here, right at the heart of the island, where the king's castle is located. You can't miss it, a massive structure that stands out prominently. Who would have thought we'd arrive just in time for their grand annual event? It adds an interesting twist to our stay, doesn't it, Rue? Yasop remarked. Lucky nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's intriguing, although it does inject a bit of shoddiness into the island's activities. But I guess that's common when big trades and business are at play. Anyway, let's fill the chief in on this. It might be worth checking out. Talking about the chief. The curly-haired pirate's eyes gleamed with a sudden realization. I'm pretty sure he's already sensed it too. Sensed what? Rue questioned. Some presence or something observing us ever since we landed on the port. The curly-haired pirate admitted with a trace of hesitation, and, believe it or not, that feeling is still lingering even by now. The rotund man's eyes behind his goggles widened in surprise. For real? With a bustling, massive crowd around on this island, it's quite challenging to employ observation hockey effectively. Yours has really taken a leap, almost rivaling the chief's. A triumphant grin adorned the brunette's face. That's the mighty sniper god for ya, wah. But, mind you, when it comes to armament hockey, I wouldn't want to be pitted against you. Hee. Let us have another sparring match soon. I won't lose to you, that's for sure. But first things first, we need to find something to eat. I'm starving. Lucky exclaimed, patting his big round belly, earning a snicker from his dark-haired companion. Absolutely. And I bet that chief is going with our doctor to keep his careful watch too, the sniper remarked. He's always got his instincts sharp like that, the bald member grinned, as both of them headed towards the hectic food streets of the city. Astral Lotus? The aged store owner chuckled softly. Those are pretty rare items. Not many people are aware of them, let alone come searching for them. If I may ask, what is your purpose for seeking them, my young friend? The raven-haired surgeon had spent quite some time searching through the labyrinthine streets of Armamentia before finally stumbling upon this specialized shop, where a variety of fresh and dried plants and herbs were sold. Medical purposes, he replied in his customary monotone. I've heard that they are occasionally imported from the Boyne archipelago in Grand Line to the New World. But never mind. He shrugged slightly, not expecting much success. The special formula using this rare plant was discovered in the ancient medical records within the Elbaf's library. When combined with other ingredients, Astral Lotus had the potential to create a speedy muscle tissue recovery effect, an invaluable asset for various surgical procedures. It was worth the effort to embark on its search. The old man nodded sagely, offering his advice. You might want to check out the 5th Boulevard in the central town. That's the largest outlet you can find, carrying an astonishing array of rare items. But do be prepared for steep prices. Thanks. We were planning to head in that direction anyway, the younger brunette replied. Stepping out of the shop, Law noticed the approaching figure of the red-haired captain, a bottle of light beer in his hand. A genial smile adorning his scarred face as he greeted, Have you found what you were looking for, doctor? The tattooed surgeon's mouth subtly twitched, forming into a slight grin. True to his words, the taller man had been a patient companion throughout their exploratory venture, accompanying him here and there without any hint of complaint. Even during the hour Law had spent engrossed in a bookstore, the redhead had simply contented himself by leisurely strolling around outside. Who would have thought that the future Emperor of the Seas could be so grounded? That's almost endearing. An unexpected thought crossed Trafalgar's mind, and he blinked in surprise at his own musings. What nonsense am I even thinking? However, a heightened perception suddenly jolted through both of them as Law and Shanks simultaneously detected something amiss from a certain direction. Their gazes converged, alerted by the same point of interest. "I heard a woman's cry for help over there," Shanks remarked, his finger pointing towards a cluster of buildings a few blocks away. "Let's go check it out." Observing the captain's acute observation hockey, Law couldn't help but make a silent assessment. Even in this bygone era, his mastery of observation hockey is superior to mine. Together, they hastened toward the source of the commotion. The city was now shrouded in the muted hues of dawn, casting dim shadows amidst the vibrant structures. This late hour harbored an air of vulnerability, when any misdeed might transpire under the veil of darkness. Approaching the scene, the cries became clearer, intensifying the urgency of their pace. "Let my daughter go. She's just a child. Don't hurt her. Don't worry, wench. It's you we're taking, not that little shrimp. Cover her head." "Oh, oop." Within moments, the abduction was deduced. As they reached the dark alleyway, Shanks immediately sprang into action, sending the black-cloaked abductors crashing against the buildings. Law, arriving shortly behind, couldn't fully witness the swift takedown, but he harbored no doubts about the obvious outcome. Those guys would never stand a chance with the red-headed captain. "Are you all right, miss?" Shanks inquired, gently removing the black sack that obscured the woman's beautiful face while helping her stand. Her relief was palpable. "Weiss, thank you, mister." "Oh, Mia. Are you okay, dear? Are you hurt anywhere?" Despite her own evident injuries from the struggle, her maternal concern for her daughter overshadowed her own well-being. A small sob escaped the young girl. "I'm okay, huff. Mom. Huff, huff." The sound of approaching footsteps marked the arrival of city guards. "What happened?" "Report to the authority." Shanks began to offer an explanation, but before his words could fully materialize, one of the downed abductors surged back to life, launching a frenzied attack with tentacles sprouting from his body, a manifestation of devil fruit ability. "How dare you interfere with my business, you son of a beach!" The red-hair captain's hand instinctively reached for his saber, but it halted for a fraction of a second, as all the 5 arriving officers speedily moved to counter the assault, swiftly cutting off the plunging tentacles before any of them could reach the targets. An unexpected display of high-level swordsmanship held both watching pirates captivated. "Sheet. Just you wait, you'll pay for it. Baron, let's get outta here quick." Just as the heavily injured man, his severed tentacles all painfully flailing, was on the brink of making an escape aided by his winged companion, another hidden devil fruit user briskly flew into the scene upon hearing a calling signal. Bang! Bang! With sudden eruptions of gunshots shattering the air. The sharp cracks echoed off the walls, causing an abrupt halt to the unfolding chaos. The 2 assailants, previously airborne, plummeted to the ground, their forms motionless as blood began to seep across the pavement. A smoky haze hovering in the aftermath, emanating from a rifle held by one of the officers, the same weapon that had earlier slashed through the tentacles with its blade. Interesting weapon. A long rifle with the steel blade attached to its muzzle end. "I've never seen it before," mused the younger man, his gaze fixed upon the scene's conclusion. "A bayonet. A rare sight indeed. It combines both close-quarter and long-ranged combats effectively." The older man let out a small whistle. "Impressive craftsmanship, I'd say." These officers wielded an enthralling blend of skills. Then, his attention shifted toward the slightly shorter man beside him with a thoughtful expression. Using such a weapon requires honing both swordsmanship and marksmanship. An intricate balance, not easily achieved by most. Law, fascinated by the display, scrutinized the officers, who appeared more akin to disciplined soldiers. His gaze lingered on their attire, dark gray uniforms adorned with a distinctive yellow cap band with a prominent frontal badge. It bore the emblem of a crescent moon and a lion insignia, a symbol that held a striking familiarity, the very same emblem they had first encountered at the island's main gate. The potential significance wasn't lost on him. An army of this caliber indicated a powerful nation, one potentially capable of defending itself without submitting to world government's control. "Thank you so much, sirs," the young woman stammered, her voice quivering with gratitude. Her tearful gaze flitted between Shanks and Law, her little daughter held close as she bowed appreciatively. Tears traced down her youthful face, mirroring the tiny girl's hiccuping sobs. "It's all right, Mississippi. You might want to follow those officers to safety now. Oh, and avoid secluded areas like this in the future too." As the tall captain turned to head back towards the town, he caught Law's lingering gaze upon the departing mother and daughter. "What is it, Doctor?" the redhead inquired with a rising eyebrow. The lean brunette's response began to form but was cut short as he averted his gaze. "That girl, she's—" He started, then reconsidered. "Never mind. We don't have much time anyway. Let's head back before the darkness settles in." "Red hair, ya?" Shanks' characteristic grin widened. "Ah, it's just about time, Doc." He then added with a spark of mischievousness. "Now, I'll take you to a nice place to eat, where they serve the best sake in the world." To Trafalgar's mild surprise, the destination Shanks led him to wasn't a mere tavern. Rather, it was a sophisticated establishment that combined the charm of a restaurant and the allure of a bar, called Colina di Oro. Nestled on a quieter street in the heart of the bustling city, the place exuded an inviting aura with its elegant wooden facade graced in tasteful decorations. A substantial menu sign adorned the entrance, showcasing an extensive array of culinary delights and beverages. The setting was a departure from the rugged taverns one might associate with pirate haunts, a fact that intrigued Law. It certainly wasn't the sort of establishment where the laid-back red-hair captain would be commonly found. "Here we are, Doctor. I've worked up quite an appetite," Shanks remarked in his typical carefree manner, striding through the spacious wooden doors. As Law followed closely behind, his early intuition proved accurate, at the sight of all rooms' occupants falling into an abrupt hush upon spotting the iconic redhead. Gasps and whispers of disbelief swept through the patrons. "Eep! It's red hair. Why on earth is he here?" "Just avoid eye contact. He's terrifying." "Quiet down. Do you want to get us killed, you imbecile?" A tense undercurrent of conspiracy-laden chatter filled the air, mingled with a palpable sense of trepidation. People instinctively recoiled from the path Shanks tread. The young brunette, trailing in his wake, couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the spectacle that unfolded. Unlike the bustling public thoroughfares, this semi-private sanctuary was more attuned to the presence of recognizable figures, especially during the late hours when diverse groups, including pirates, converged. The recent headline-grabbing exploits of the Red Hair crew had cast them in a noxious light, with the government further sensationalizing their actions. Red Hair Shanks, the living embodiment of his own crew's infamy and pirate flag, with remarkably crimson hair and the trio of scars etched across his eye, he was a figure impossible to miss, particularly to his piratical counterparts. Yet the man seemed unperturbed. Turning to a reluctant waiter, Shanks genially ordered, "Lead us to a table for two, please." "Right this way, sir," the young guy responded promptly, ushering them towards a secluded corner of the establishment, clearly aiming to restore a sense of normalcy into the atmosphere. "Let's start with sampling the renowned Dasai Junmai sake that I've previously encountered its imports on other islands. Its distinct aroma was truly captivating. As the sources informed me, the owner of this restaurant is not only the original founder but also the sole distributor," eagerly suggested the redhead. "Oh, your knowledge is indeed impressive, and your taste is refined, sir. That's our prized signature libation. Tonight, you'll have the privilege of indulging in the freshness of this sake straight from our own brewing cellars. Its flavor will undoubtedly transcend any you've experienced before." "Please allow us a moment, sir," the waiter replied with genuine enthusiasm as he vanished from view to fulfill the order. Law couldn't help but questioningly raise an eyebrow. So, you conducted your little investigation while I was in the bookstore, I assume? A hearty chuckle erupted from the scarred-faced pirate. Naturally, I'm committed to making the most of my leisure time too, Doctor. The waiter soon returned, placing 2 elegant glasses on the table as preparations for their samplings. The young doctor's curiosity surfaced as he inquired, "Shouldn't we use the Ochoko instead?" The serving man appeared momentarily taken aback, his surprise yielding to a smile. "Ah, so you wish to experience it traditional way, sir? That's quite a remarkable choice." With a nod of understanding, the offered glasses were retrieved, and he slipped away once again. Shortly after, he then returned with another porcelain set of 2 sake cups. The red-haired captain immediately narrowed his eyes as he looked down upon the tiny objects. "What are these for? Don't they look like miniature play cups for children?" Law momentarily regarded the redhead, and then, on a whim, a quiet snicker escaped his lips. A rare rumbling, silky voice from his usually composed demeanor caught his companion a little off guard. "Care to indulge me as well, Doc? Let me ask you, when you sampled this sake before, how did you go about it?" Law inquired, his mental gears already conjuring up the redhead's image. A sheepish grin spread across Shanks' face as he scratched his head. "Well, I usually just took a good, long swig straight from the bottle until it's done. That's the way I handle most liquors, honestly. Why do you ask?" An expected reply drew yet another subdued chuckle from the slim surgeon, who then leaned forward with a conspiratorial smirk. "All right, what about having a new way to experience this drink, Red Haria? But you must follow my lead and set aside your customary approach for now. What do you say?" The captain's grin grew wider, his boyish gaze lit up. "Absolutely, Doc. Bring it on." Firstly, we should select suitable menu items to complement the sake. Despite its exceptional quality, the true magic happens when you enjoy it alongside a well-matched meal. Naturally brewed alcohols, like this one, reach their pinnacle when paired with the right cuisine. This interplay enhances the aromas and flavors of both the drink and the food altogether, Law explained, gesturing to the menu as he continued. "Given that it's primarily crafted from rice, I suggest opting for a rice-based dish from this section." Shanks absorbed the idea with a pensive nod, his vibrant hair illuminated by the gentle glow of the restaurant's lighting. "I've never thought of it that way. Tempting indeed. So, anything you would recommend? Do you have a preference for spiciness in your food?" "A bit of spice is fine, but not overpowering." "Very well then," Law nodded, his gaze locked on the menu as he made his selection. "We'll take our orders now." Law informed the waiter, his attention shifting between the captain and the waiter. "The kimchi fried rice and lobster for him, and I'll go with the onigiri and grilled fish. Bring us a big jug of water and a pinch of salt and baking soda, too." Then, another question crossed his mind. "Given our choices, would you recommend hot or cold sake to pair with these dishes?" "Oh, I'll need a moment to inquire about that, sirs." The hesitant, young waiter hurriedly disappeared into the depths of the area. Before long, a figure of more imposing presence approached their table. This seemingly middle-aged man in dark blue suit, his hair touched with white streaks, introduced himself as the owner of the restaurant named Leaf. "Greetings, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintances. Pirates with such refined tastes are such a rare occurrence," he stated, extending his friendly welcome. "You know us. Surely Red Hair Shanks was an unmistakably infamous pirate around New World." The red hair captain silently observed the tall, masculine owner with his indecipherable expression. As the guy continued with his masterful presence, "Allow me to offer my recommendations. For the captain's hot dishes, I suggest the chilled Dasai Junmai. As for the onigiri, the heated ones would provide a more balanced pairing in terms of taste and temperature." "We'll follow your advice then," concluded the young brunette. As the owner withdrew, leaving them to their privacy, Shanks' lingering gaze then turned back to his lean companion. A playful tease appeared on his face. "Who would have guessed, Doc? Our usually disciplined doctor knows his way around alcohols, not to mention the art of savoring it. Quite a revelation. MHM. This drink just happens to be the only spirit that best complements my favorite dishes. The brunette stoically admitted, before adding, I don't particularly like eating or drinking too excessively, that's why. He trailed off as fond memories of the Heart crew flashed through his mind. In the past, whenever those party-crazed morons attempted to rope him into their revelries, he realized that navigating through the chaotic medley of food and drinks required quite a strategic and challenging approach. Eventually, through trials and errors, he discovered his ideal pairing: onigiri, grilled fish, and a modest touch of sake, as it always maintained his contentment throughout the events. An almost wistful expression touched the young surgeon's features, before fleeting shadow crossed his eyes. The moment passed, and he shrugged off the unspoken thought. Over times, I simply learned how to properly enjoy the combination. I can't recall tasting something so exquisite before, purred the scarred-faced captain, his remaining arm gesturing animatedly as he settled contentedly back into his chair. This deep aroma and rich flavor are an absolute delight. He wore an expression of pure satisfaction, clearly relishing the moment, and these dishes, they're nothing short of perfection, it's just as you said. Shanks glanced upward, his expression transforming into a warm and genuine smile. I must say, this meal has been truly delightful. It's been a while since I've enjoyed something so much. Law. Sitting across from him, the tattooed brunette couldn't suppress a small grin, rarely hearing his first name. Glad you're enjoying it, Shanksia? His tone laced with playful amusement, taking in the sight of the older man's appreciation. This particular drinking ritual was apparently novel for the redhead. It had begun with him drinking a jug of water infused with a pinch of salt and baking soda, a concoction that effectively cleared his palate of any lingering alcoholic traces. This preparation heightened his senses, making them more attuned to the intricate nuances of the sake's aroma. With this foundation in place, he embarked on a culinary journey, savoring each spoonful of his rice dish in tandem with a collectively small gulp of the measured choco. The combination gradually transformed the act of eating and drinking into an artful experience, where flavors and fragrances increasingly danced in harmony. And much to his own surprise, the time spent with the red-haired captain here also turned out to be the most enjoyable moments he had ever experienced since inadvertently finding himself in this tumultuous timeline. The telltale array of empty bottles of the renowned sake now gracing their side table was a testament to just how much he had savored the slow-paced dining experience. With each passing sip and every delectable bite along with casual, small talks, he, too, found himself unwinding in rare fashion, his customary reserve giving way to a growing sense of lightness and a pleasantly dizzying sensation. In a shadowy recess, concealed from prying eyes, two voices murmured in low tones. The young man with the spotted hat will do. He hasn't made an appearance on any of the Red Hair crew's recent bounty posters. Likely a new addition to their ranks. Agreed. Today wasn't our opportunity under that red hair's sharp eyes. Let's seize the next chance then. In the middle of his pleasantly hazy state, he faintly registered the familiar sensation of being carried at his body supported by a strong, solid shoulder. A wave of déjà vu swept over him, right then, reminiscent of Dressrosa. This time, however, there was no sense of urgency, it was only a tranquil, slow motion. Through his drowsiness, he heard a chuckle, followed by the teasing familiar baritone voice. Sorry, doctor. Can't carry you bridal style with only one arm. But guess I can manage to get you back to the inn safely. A vague acknowledgement was all Law could muster. His surroundings and circumstances melted into a light, dreamless slumber as he surrendered himself to the embrace of sleep, enveloped in the comforting scent of oakwood and the lingering fragrance of the aromatic rice wine. With the arrival of the fresh morning, the vibrating streets came to life once again. Not too far from their inn, the members of the Red Hair Pirates casually congregated in a cozy tavern nestled in a quieter residential corner, aiming to avoid unnecessary attentions. Well, that it seems I was the sole responsible person yesterday, while the rest of you guys were indulging in all sorts of fun. Where's the fairness in this world? Lime Juice calmly pointed out, feigning a tone of seriousness. Not entirely accurate, Lime juice, countered Rue with a reassuring tone. We had initially planned to visit some weapon shops, but once we stumbled upon the food streets, things just spiraled out of control. Indeed. Yasopp chimed in, nodding sagely. You have to understand, man. That maze of flavors was irresistible. Trying every delicacy there would easily take up an entire day. Who could resist such temptation? Take it easy on them, Lime Juice, the captain leisurely interjected while taking a morning sip of his beer. This is just our second day here. We still have ample time to gather the materials we need. But you are the worst, Chief. You went out on a date and managed to get our doctor completely plastered. Is there any limit to your notoriety? The blonde accused dramatically with a playful undertone. The redhead's laughter filled the air at the theatric allegation. Daha, I assure you. Law willingly embraced the sake on his own terms. You wouldn't believe the depth of his knowledge in that area. I'm glad he could finally unwind and find some relaxation though. He mentally smiled at the thoughts of the young surgeon finding a bit of enjoyment after the past intense month of his life. Speaking of which, Lime Juice, what did you manage to acquire during your outings? Shanks inquired, steering the topic towards more practical matters after their customary banters. Well, this country boasts quite an intriguing history. According to various local merchants I spoke with, the current king is the elder prince who assumed the Führer's position at a young age after the former king passed away about a decade ago. Back then, there were two potential heirs to the throne, both sons of the royal Eisenhart family. This family has a long lineage of accomplished swordsmen. The former king, known as Maximilian the Great, was hailed as the most exceptional among them. Sadly, he passed away relatively young, only at the age of early 50. And since then, the mantle of leadership rests upon his first son, Crown Prince Sigurd. And the second prince, what of him? His name is Harold. Some time after the demise of the former king, it said that he had a serious falling out with his elder brother one fateful night. Following that incident, he vanished from the public eyes, and all information concerning him has since been suppressed. Over the years, it's as if he has been erased from the citizens' memories. There's no trace of him to be seen or mentioned. That's quite odd, isn't it? Yasopp mused thoughtfully. Lime Juice nodded in agreement before continuing, there's another facet to this. During King Maximilian's 30 years' reign, he meticulously balanced the nation's military prowess with its trading relationships. He believed that this equilibrium would deter external control, even from the world government. And when King Sigurd ascended to power, he took this philosophy a step further, enforcing more rigorous training for his underlings, transforming them into formidable soldiers. The most striking manifestation of this shift is the construction of an expansive fortress that now encircles the entire island. That sounds quite extreme, if you ask me, but it might be a good measure to ensure stability within the country? Rue speculated. Indeed, one would assume so. However, in the past years, some concerning trends have emerged. Questionable activities like weapons smuggling, drag trades, gamblings, and even human trafficking have surfaced, all interwoven with legitimate commerce on the island. Strangely enough, these activities have been seemingly embraced as part of the new regime's policies, contributing significantly to the country's wealth and power. It ties into what we witnessed yesterday with the abduction incident, murmured the redhead reflectively. And that Starlink affair, interjected the curly-haired sniper. We've also come across news of a combat gambling tournament to be held at a place called Axis Arena. It's located near the King's Citadel, seemingly within walking distance from here. What do you guys think about checking it out? He took a folded leaflet from his pocket, offering it to the group. Right? It appears that this annual event stands out as the highlight of their National Day celebrations. The blonde member elaborated further, his voice slightly more excited. The king himself bestows remarkably high prizes upon the ultimate victors of the competition. Just last year, the combined value of the rewards reached an astonishing 2.5 billion belly. As you can imagine, such lucrative rewards draw in a diverse range of contenders, powerful fighters, pirates, and bounty hunters. Whistles filled the air as everyone absorbed the gravity of the prize pool. Considering the grand scale of this gambling event, The revenue it generates must be quite substantial, Rue noted. Shanks mulled over the prospect, weighing the options. It does sound like an interesting spectacle worth witnessing, he remarked before glancing up to his crew with a wide grin. If so, then it's time we get our buttes up to start doing some works for today. What do you guys say? The crew responded in unison. Aye, aye. The lean surgeon's eyelids fluttered open as the morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room. A glance at the clock revealed that it was already late in the morning. He slowly pushed himself up from the soft bed, a dull headache throbbing in his temples. Memories from the previous night gradually trickled back into his consciousness. He surveyed the state of his attire with a mixture of mild embarrassment and chagrin. The upper part of his white shirt was unbuttoned, his shoes and socks taken off, and his hat and sword neatly placed on a nearby compartment. The sight of the empty twin bed hinted that he had been alone for a while, left to the aftermath of his own indulgence. Drinking too much, it seems, he muttered to himself as he recalled dozing off at some point, against the shoulder of the red-haired captain while being carried, a realization that instantaneously set his cheeks ablaze. Arg, not again. He groaned at an awfully familiar self-image that did little to bolster his pride. Yet, amidst the remnants of a headache and a sense of foolishness, there was an undeniable shift in his mood. A strange lightness seemed to have settled upon him, as if some invisible burdens had been momentarily lifted. It was an unexpected sensation, one that made him curious despite the awkwardness of his current state. He massaged his temples and neck, applying gentle pressure to relieve the dragging hangover. His gaze then fell upon a small note resting under his hat. The words conveyed a simple message. Take your due. You deserve it. We'll continue our supply errands and expect to be back by late afternoon. It was apparently written by one of the crew who co-occupied his room. He took a moment to contemplate. Then, with a soft sigh, he decided it was best to move forward to embrace the day. He still had things to acquire after all. As the day began to transition into dusk, a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction radiated from the red hair pirates as they finally reconvened at their inn. Ha! It might have taken time, but my list is considerably checked off. I've managed to accomplish quite a bit today, exclaimed Yasopp with a triumphant grin. Likewise, I've had Branch oversee the transportation of the acquired weaponry to Red Force already. That's one more task off our list, phew, boasted Rue with a tone of relief. The redhead captain and Lime Juice walked down the stairs and joined them with slightly worried looks. Where's Law, though? He doesn't seem to be in the room, and it looks like he might have gone out all afternoon. Gathered in the lobby, the crew was suddenly approached by the inn's manager, who held something in his hands with a mix of curiosity and unease. Gentleman. Our bellboy discovered these items near the building corner a few blocks away. They seem to belong to one of your companions, correct? The familiar belongings had been found abandoned, casting a haunting shadow over the current calm. An unmistakable spotted hat and a nodachi. How did it go, Yasopp? Inquired the tall, blonde pirate, his voice carrying an edge while being slightly out of breath. He had long been combing through network of twists and turns of the grand city streets, yet yielding no results. The dark-haired sniper, who had also been searching from the opposite direction, didn't bear any better news regarding the missing doctor. No luck here either. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, especially in a place where human trafficking seems disturbingly frequent. Lime Juice couldn't help but voice his darkest worry. You think Law might have been snatched up by one of those SLV traders? Yasopp's brow furrowed, his expression serious. While that's possible, we shouldn't forget Law's capabilities. With his fighting skills and devil fruit powers, I'm sure he wouldn't be that easy of a target. That's true, but he just stepped out of the inn, potentially still dealing with the aftermath of his hangover, reasoned Lime Juice with a frown, his apprehensions gnawing at him. Hours had passed since they began searching for any traces of the young brunette. The city had settled into its nocturnal lull with considerably fewer people, making it slightly easier along the complex avenues. However, it was just as tough to ask the locals for any information that could lead to Law's whereabouts. What exacerbated the situation was the passage of time. It had been more than 10 hours already since the surgeon vanished. Shanks and Lucky had earlier split from the group to specifically search at the port town. As their captain and the rotund crewmate appeared from afar, the other two immediately rushed to them with the hope for a breakthrough, any sign of suspicious activities or pirate vessels involved in the SLV trades. Any success, Chief? Shanks's grave expression provided the answer even before his words did. No, he somberly replied, voice heavy with the weight of their predicament. It was a bleak situation, a mysterious disappearance in the middle of the day, within the city teeming with all kinds of shady dealings. The sun began to rise once again, casting its golden rays over the surrounding structures. The crew was visibly stressed, their frustration and desperation growing as time slipped away. What if it wasn't the case of human trafficking business then? Voiced the redhead gingerly as he pondered over something with a sense of gravitas. Then his gaze abruptly turned more dangerous. There's one place I need to visit, and some interrogation might be in process. Apologies, but we're not open yet, sirs. The waitstaff at Kalinad, Oro nervously stammered as the grand entrance door swung open. The air seemed to tense up as the infamous red hair pirates, led by their stern-looking captain, walked into the restaurant at an unusually early hour. The once relaxed countenance of red hair Shanks now exuded a menacing aura that starkly contrasted with the memory of his previous, casual visit. Fetch, Leaf, the owner, immediately. We need to speak with him. Shanks' request, while politely articulated, carried an undertone of command that left no room for hesitation or refusal. Before the startled staff could react further, Leaf, the owner of the establishment, emerged from the back entrance. His commanding presence seemed to fill the room as he calmly addressed the situation. Leave us be, all of you. The restaurant will be closed for today. The waiters, somewhat relieved to have a reason to step away from this tense situation, quickly retreated to carry out their boss's directive. I'll get straight to the point. Leaf-san, my dark-haired companion who dined here recently, has gone missing without a trace. Do you have any knowledge of his whereabouts? Leaf's response came in the form of a question. And what compels you, Captain, to investigate this matter on our premises? Shanks's dangerous gaze remained fixed on the man, his tone measured yet piercing. It's because I sensed a strong animosity from you towards us that night. That suspicion was confirmed when you approached us closely. He said, his scrutiny unwavering. While we're no strangers to having enemies, the situation felt peculiar. We have never met, and I set foot on this island only once before at the age of 10. So, care to elaborate something for me? As the tension in the room continued to build, Leaf found himself under the menacing presence of the red-hair captain, such an acute observation hockey he posses. It seems evading the situation was no longer my option. The muscular man heavily sighed. A sense of resignation filled his demeanor. His gaze met the eyes of the pirates across from him. I'm not the one behind the abduction, but I can hazard a guess as to who might be responsible and why. He spoke, his words laden with a weighted burden. It involves one of the most cursed devil fruit powers and the obsessively driven king, I'm afraid. Slowly, Trafalgar's consciousness trickled back, like a distant memory seeping through the fog. The drag's effects still clung to his senses, a persistent haze that clouded his thoughts. He muttered, wincing at the throbbing ache that emanated from his battered upper body. The wounds left by the lashings administered by the sinister man, a brutal reminder of his ordeal. As the fog of confusion lifted from his mind, clarity returned in fits and starts. His thoughts involuntarily retraced the steps that had led him to this dire situation, the chain of events that had culminated in his capture. At the time he stepped out of the inn, his senses still clouded from the previous night's revelry, he unwittingly walked into a carefully orchestrated trap, hidden eyes tracking his every move. Normally vigilant, he was unusually lax, his guard down with a belief that he was an inconspicuous figure in this past timeline. How wrong? Casually patrolling the streets, the city soldiers seemed like a regular sight. Yet, as he turned a corner, their well-coordinated plans sprang into action. Two soldiers closed in on him swiftly, one positioning himself to obscure them from public view, while the other produced a syringe-like instrument with practiced precision. In a flash, he felt a sharp sting in his right arm as the needle pierced his skin. The world around him swirled, his consciousness slipping away rapidly. The drag injected into his bloodstream began to take effect immediately, sending ripples of disorientation and confusion through his body. A fleeting moment of clarity emerged, a fragment of recognition amid the chaos. Carotine, the anesthetic used in surgeries, as he spiraled into a void of darkness. In a disoriented haze, he gradually clawed his way back to sentience. He found himself in an upright position, his upper body exposed and vulnerable. His arms were spread wide, held captive by sea-stone shackles that were cruelly linked to the wall behind him. The room he was in was small, shrouded in darkness, the air heavy with the aura of malevolence. Sinister devices littered the room, confirming his suspicion that this was an interrogation chamber, purposefully designed to break one's spirit. Amidst the fog of confusion, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall and imposing in a military uniform, a wicked grin playing across his lips. In his hand, he held a cruel-looking whipping lash, a tool of torment that sent shivers down his spine. The man's voice dripped with malicious satisfaction as he posed his interrogation, his tone demanding answers. "Tell me, what's the purpose of the Red Hair Pirate's presence on this island? What schemes are you concocting?" Battling the dizziness, he managed to reply with a touch of wry honesty, "Supplies acquisition." It was a response that was met with scorn and derision. The vicious officer's grin widened as the lash came down, initiating a brutal session of punishment. "Liar! You won't deceive me, you insolent brat. Your lies won't protect you for long." Amid the chaos of illogical accusations, he endured the agonizing onslaught, his answers consistent yet dismissed. The tormentors seemed to revel in his violent dominance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the sadistic officer wearied of his violent display and exited the room. Drained by the drag's effects and the relentless ordeal, his awareness wavered and slipped away once again into the void. Time became a blur, pain merging with fleeting consciousness. "How long since I've been here?" Frustration brewed as his powerless state and the inability to summon his powers gnawed at him. Suddenly, an unexpected presence entered the room, shattering his thoughts. Before him stood a rigid figure that exuded regality and authority that seemed to dominate the space. His towering physique and short dark hair that framed his face held the ruggedness of the seasoned warrior. In a military uniform adorned with the ruler's emblem, he spoke. "I am King Sigurd, the Führer of Armamentia. Welcome to the island, Red Hair Pirate." Then his calm demeanor gradually turned into a chilling, lunatic smile. "I've painfully been waiting for this day for years."
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.